Am I alive?
Are we live?
Are
Is
any
this
of us
live
really
now?
alive?
Yeah.
Woo! Let's go. Welcome, everybody, to Meteorian Core, episode 55.5.
I appreciate that.
We made it. Well, most of us.
Look at all you troopers for making it out on Saturday morning. All not sleep deprived whatsoever, properly hydrated. So proud of you. And I saved so much of my voice for this performance compared to last year.
That's true.
Yeah. You're doing great. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Without further ado, let's introduce our cast for the last time.
I don't like that.
Why did you say it like that?
Don't worry. Did you wear your waterproof
Listen, if your
mascara?
chair goes down, you're
There's-
taking mine too. We're
There's a
linked.
lock here somewhere.
right
Left side, left side.
Left side?
Make
Left
it-
side lock.
yeah.
Left side lock.
By-
Okay.
by found
Important. I'm a rocker.
Is this how you're gonna do a TPK? Just
This is
take all
going
of our
really,
chairs
all the way
let's
down
start
over
really well.
backwards.
When someone gets TPKs, the chair actually.
What's the
pushes
over/under
back
on you
off the
falling
stage.
back?
It's great.
Thought it was more
tested
like
the
when
mechanism
you're a
last night.
pilot
No
in
one
a
died.
I'll take
fighter
fun
ship and it
action.
just ejects you out into the air, launches us.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Okay, so now I know the fader doesn't actually gradually go down. It's just like when you guys
You gotta eat it.
hear rough cuts all the time.
I love
Cool.
that. I love that.
Love that.
Top tier.
Go ahead. The amazing Mudcat.
That's me. There's nothing else.
The even more impressive Caustic Phoenix.
Hello, everyone.
My perpetual twin, Sam.
Aw. Thank you. Aren't we identical? It's the beard.
I'm still taller.
What, yeah, you oughta.
And I see a daddy at the end of that panel. My name is Bang.
You just couldn't help but introduce me as daddy, could you?
Nope.
This is eternity now. This is my life. I will fall into a singularity, and then I will just be called daddy forever. It's fine.
Not a
We
bad
have
thing.
we have to play it one last time, right?
So it begins.
Death in person. It just feels better.
I don't want to sit next to you anymore.
I don't either, actually. Security?
This is weird. Normally, I'm frantically trying to set something up right now, and it's all done for me.
You don't even need to say mics are going hot, because mics have gone hot.
This is usually where something highly inappropriate in a conversation is going on.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
If you know, you know.
This is usually where you're telling us not to curse so YouTube doesn't demonetize you.
Yeah, this is,
Well, when I say us, I mean Bife.
yes, bye.
Yeah, Vipe is always the one.
Yeah.
Fun fact. One episode, Bife F-bombs 45 times. You're
we-
tolerated with 2 on YouTube. Coincidentally, this never happens on your channel.
Because it's not in his script.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you write a script.
Oh, I felt good. It feels so much longer. It seems really short when they're on the internet.
It's a little shorter when no one's staring at you.
Mike's your hot, Mike's. Oh,
Beautiful.
welcome to Meteoric Core, episode 55.5. Picking up where we left off 2 weeks ago. Locked into the final battle with Mitros. Our party is now on a 3-session, 3-part boss battle with their nemesis and symbiote regaining his consciousness. Now, no longer interested with the materials on Faerun, but only an interest in the memories and the consciousness of all the beings there. As you have thwarted Onyx Prime, his brother, the Terraformer. Now, Mitros stands alone as a singularity in the distance of outer space. The pull of gravity is like a 50-pound weight on your chest. As Biddy was able to end Mitros in his Void Dragon form, only to be staring at you with that same toothy grin far into the dark and distance. As you guys stand alone on this small piece of meteor, you guys have but moments before you're back in initiative. This is your moment in last time to RP if you wish.
Petri will look at the others. Petri does not like this. This is not home anymore. Where are we?
Very far away from home, Ketri. Brom, do you have any potatoes? Or you, Xanderin? Does anybody have anything we should probably eat?
Why do you always think of potatoes in a time of crisis?
Honestly, it just makes me feel better.
Oh, Ketri has acorns.
Also, it just
Don't use the acorns!
Ketri has many
Don't
acorns.
use-
I have 7 acorns. 8, 9,
Ketri,
9 acorns.
We're not going to eat the acorns, Ketri.
I brought tater tots.
potatoes. I knew you'd have them.
They're a little smashed when I fell over.
That's okay. They're smashed potatoes.
Would you like one?
She always thinks of potatoes in a time of crisis, and you have them. What's wrong with the two of you?
Xanderin, you're the one who brought this beast to our world. What's wrong with you? It's just potatoes. You have Mitros.
I've made sacrifices for this party. I stopped eating rarebit. Don't tell them about the other wild games, so I switched to potatoes.
Too soon, Brom.
You made sacrifices. I had to get rid of my entire fur collection.
Artists.
Was that given to Ketri in the library as well?
Petri will be slowly pulling out the acorns and laying them at each person's feet.
What do they look like? Are they individual? Are they different Feywild ones?
They are the Feywild ones.
Oh, beautiful.
Very different colors, almost iridescent in nature. Blues, pinks, purples, greens, all of various sizes, average size for some, of course, so that way they're still very edible. But you find these small little presents right at the very tip of your toes as Ketri, hopping down from the mech, will just leave one as a small gift for everyone. 1 acorn for each of us.
It's the best Barbenheimer ad I've ever seen. It's the prettiest little acorn nuclear weapons in existence.
That's what we call Barbenheimer.
Thanks for the reminder to pull that table up.
Oh no. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I promise I won't throw all 7 at once.
It's okay. It's chaos incarnate. We expect it.
Only a few D100s away from potential ridiculousness. I look forward to the chance of randomly growing a beard of feathers again. It's going to be great.
You hope it's that.
I really do.
I
It's the
instantly
best
throw
option
my
on the table.
acorn at Xanderin. I'm just kidding.
Why do we even have to have a boss fight if you're part of the group?
You just throw it at the rock in front of us. See what happens.
How big is this rock? Like, are we all shoulder to shoulder?
Well, each square's 5 foot.
You're gonna make me math. 5, 10,
Yeah.
15. I take like 30 feet though on my own. I'm a squirrel in a mech suit.
It's true.
Yeah, you are.
Do I have like half the rock on my own?
Yes.
I hope it's slightly tilted and everyone has to keep like climbing up to the top of the rock as mine is like lifting it further down, like on an iceberg.
Luckily, gravity is supporting us.
Thank you.
Speaking of that gravity, you look as literal galaxies begin to approach. Mitros pulling in literal other worlds into its center mass. You begin to feel your own meteor being pulled further in its direction.
Can I have that potato, Brom, please? I'm feeling anxious.
Hold your shield, Biddy.
Okay.
Hold your shield.
She grips her shield and pulls it up, and she actually kind of pushes it towards you, not meaning to hit yours, but she does. It's like a cheers.
Yeah.
Unintentional cheers. We've got this.
We got this.
Oh boy.
In a moment of attempting to gain some degree of clarity, Xanderin focuses and tries to open the third eye to see if there is anything that he can glimpse through it.
Give me intelligence check. Advantage.
First, ooh, good roll it. First roll, advantage.
Here's the flat roll. It'll be a 22.
22. As your third eye opens, Xanderin, you can see out into the ethereal plane. You can see the literal silver threads that holds the cosmos together slowly being cut. Going in a clockwise motion, each thread being picked before you see those galaxies merge together. You have 1 minute before you crash into the singularity. I would like everyone to roll for initiative.
All right, let's go.
It begins.
By the way, I noticed that you were calling him Mitros earlier, and I believe the pronunciation is Mithrax.
We sold his soul. It's fine. We sold his soul to him.
Yes.
His torso's called.
Also, I accidentally rolled initiative earlier in the thing, so mine's already done.
Do I have an indomitable?
I will let you roll a virtual relentless if you would like to. There's about 50 of them down there.
Actually, I do have one. I forgot we have our cards here. Yeah, let's
We have a lot of cards down there.
Let's go.
All right. Okay.
Biddy is trying to reach into your pocket to grab a potato, but definitely cannot find your pocket.
I don't see a perception check for this. I'm gonna lose it.
Oh no. 4.
Your rolls are also private.
Oh, did you not notice that?
Oh.
Secret. How dare you hide this from us?
Unbelievable.
Brom's the boss.
I can't believe he's doing it.
After all this time.
DM keeping secrets from the players.
I mean, it is us versus him, so
No.
that's how this works. Everyone knows it.
Oh, this is bad. This is very bad.
I know, we're in a boss fight.
Oh,
Yeah, tell us more.
just to let you know, layer action and Mitros are back to back.
That's great.
Can we apply an indomitable for them?
This is danger.
How close are they in between for their rolls?
They're like holding hands.
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Top of the order is Xanderin. Next is Renwick, Biddy. Then layer action, Mitros, Brom, and then Ketri.
Ketri!
You a Pokemon?
Basically, yeah.
Biddy!
We're just gonna always say her names.
Is the mech suit
It's
the
more for
Pokeball?
time.
I feel like it might be.
No, it's the acorns.
Oh no. Xanderin, the pull of gravity is upon you. It is your turn.
How strong is the pull? Is it physically pulling me towards Mitros, or am I able to hold my ground?
Fantastic, you asked. I need a strength saving throw from the entire party.
What? Thanks, Bife.
I should never have opened my big mouth.
DC
Let me just ask a
28.
question.
What?
Is this a physical black hole or a magic black hole?
All black holes are pretty magical.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying.
You said strength saving?
All right, strength.
Yeah.
It matters.
I mean, you might be able to make that. I'm in
Might.
trouble.
God, come on.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Ugh.
In what world?
natural one, Renwick.
No. He got a 2.
You got a
Oh, you
2.
got 2.
It's a dirty one.
Wait.
Rom with a 22, Ketri with a 13, Xan with an 11, Biddy with a 12. A complete failure.
I know.
Thanks.
What else is new?
Can we just
Do
roll
we get
By's chair
advantage?
off the stage? He's bringing a lot of bad luck.
Ship him back to England.
It's 4 of us against him.
Wait, I have tea. Can you throw this in the pool?
We're being tempted with a good time.
As your entire meteor begins to shift towards the singularity, you see your amethyst dragon spelljammer slide into front space. As it nudges and knocks your rock, spinning around 360 before it can even reach out, as you see the face of your old dragon friend before he is pulled into the singularity.
Oh, I thought he was gonna save us.
He did. Stopping you from plummeting inside the singularity. You see Mitros grow larger. This time, that toothy maw opening up to the rest of you. All will be mine.
You'll see Ketri as we're spinning 360. The mech has its fingers digging into this little meteoran core, kind of creating this terrible carousel of death. And Ketri on the inside, you cannot have Ketri's nuts, as he begins to secure them in safe spots in small little boxes. And
Wait, are these acorns that you put on the ground from all of us, like shooting?
if you didn't pick them up, yes.
I was going to, but he started saying roll for initiative, and I was like, oh, okay.
You can have your acorn.
Thank you. It's in my pocket.
What a generous DM.
So to be clear, everyone has a Feywild acorn in their pocket.
I have 2, actually.
But he would have put your acorn in your pocket
gave me
trying to eat
one.
your
Yeah.
potatoes, so
Thank
you didn't
you.
tell the difference.
They're in with the potatoes.
Yep.
Xanderin, it's your turn.
Seeing Draxus fall into the singularity, there is a moment when he tries to reach out to speak psychically, and he sees the thread cut in front of his eyes. There are no words, but there's not anger either this time. He reaches out, holds firm to the asteroid with his metal arm, pulls his blade out on the other, and he begins to swing. I'm gonna throw Chorus in the direction of Mitros. And I'm gonna presume, because this is a singularity and light is not escaping it, that this is either dim light or darkness.
Yes.
I will roll with advantage.
Yeah,
Oh, it's close.
Well, here comes the advantage roll. That's a 28 to hit.
28 just hits.
What?
Is that our DC?
Okay.
AC is 28.
Okay.
He's a huge black hole. How do you miss?
It's sucking everything in.
It's space. I don't know. Maybe it hits a rock.
Okay. Can I tag a booming blade onto this?
Yes.
All right, excellent, cool. And, all right, here is a boatload of damage for you. There is Chorus. There is
at
your
that
sneak
boat.
attack.
Oh my
Let's
god.
go.
And here
10
comes your
piercing,
booming blade.
12 psychic, 22 sneak attack, 14 thunder. It all applies.
Momentarily letting go of the asteroid with his metal hand, Xanderin does what you've seen before, grabs the blade in one hand, runs his metal fingers along it. This terrible scratch comes along. It's a war cry coming from the blade, owls screeching as its song is transposed upon the universe, and as it makes contact with Mitros, it only gets louder. I'm gonna go ahead and just full send. I'm gonna throw again.
Oh. 24 will miss.
Do we have access to our cards?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can play something on there. I will see if I can play a D6 and change the outcome of that roll. But all the mobs.
1d6 inspiration roll coming in.
Yes.
529. That hits.
All right. Just the chorus damage this time, but it's okay.
Woo!
So 16 piercing, 7 psychic damage.
Go ahead and give me another intelligence ability check for your third eye. Roll advantage.
Here comes your flat roll. Oh, dancing around the 20.
19, is that going to be your final answer?
I mean, no, it's not. There you go, 22 again.
22, DC 20. Xanderin, as you stare in to Mitros in his singularity form, you see the threads in its literal source of energy. And you notice Mitros has 2,000 hit points.
I'm sorry, what?
2,000 hit points.
That's fine. That's whatever.
Who said that? Was it you?
He had 1,000 the last time. It's no big deal.
That's it?
Did we sleep?
The question is, how much did you drink?
I had to one-up Reginald. I think I found a way. Anything else for your turn?
Communicating to the rest of the group, suddenly seeing everything and noticing that it's the threads that Mitros is pulling in that seem to be something to do with his power. Xandarin's going to reach out and communicate to everybody. It's too strong with all these worlds it's pulling in. Everything. It's at stake with this. 1,000 different galaxies, 1,000 different realities. This thing controls it all. And with that control, it's too strong. I don't know how we cut the threads of this thing, but we need to try. Find a way. Something is wrong. We need to get this thing disconnected from everything that it's trying to pull in somehow. I don't know how we do that. But best as I know, we disconnect this thing, suddenly Mitros isn't as much of a problem. Whatever the way we do it, we need to find it, and soon. Hold on. As I grasp again onto the asteroid and fight against the pull of gravity. That is end turn.
Reaction. Consume magic. I need DC 26 Constitution throw for you.
Is that because I'm trying to communicate psychically?
No. Mitros is literally reaching out to take your spell slots.
Oh.
DC 26 saving throw.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Consume magic. Wow. This is. Oh, you made this so fun. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, it was nearly the 20.
19. That is a failure. I need you to roll a 1d10.
Throw the acorn. Reaction back. Throw the acorn at him.
Countercorn.
You need to remove a 5th level spell slot. If you cannot remove a 5th level, you will remove a 4th. If not a 4th, a 3rd. If it is a 2nd or 1st, you will remove 2.
Okay. All right.
You're going to die.
Oh gosh. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so that's 2 first level spell slots gone, I guess. Xanderin does not have lots of traditional magic.
I wonder what will happen when you run out. Renwick, it is your turn.
As Xanderin tells us about the mechanics of this, are there any visible threads connecting these things that he's pulling in?
Can you see into the ethereal plane?
I don't think so, no.
You do
you
not see
try?
the threads.
Cool. Huh?
Can you try?
Can I try to look really
Could
hard?
you actually put some effort into this?
Can I just give it the stink eye and
Yeah,
like see
like-
if I can see it?
I see you.
I see everything.
He fixes his binoculars.
Yeah.
Fair enough
You've
then.
got a monocle. That should help.
That's true. I do have enough money to build a set of goggles that could see into the ethereal plane.
We are currently out of crafting time.
Okay, fair enough.
Jesse Ventura.
I think you're
took the
underestimating how
last
much money
goggles.
I have. Okay, so in that case, Renwick is going to dramatically throw off his fur coat into space,
No.
into the black hole, and he's going to look at Ketri as his eyes begin to glow red and wings start to like break out of his back. He's just going to point at the black hole. Not friend. And then I'm going to bite my own arms, and blood just pours out into space, forming into daggers as I am casting my 9th level Blade of Disaster.
Yeah, get rid of it now.
9th level.
Let's go.
I'm not losing the spell slot. So first strike coming in, that's a 35 to hit. How's that do?
Spicy.
35 to hit.
That won't be
It
okay.
misses.
Okay, second, this is I can do this a bunch of times. Second one's a 26 to hit. I'll throw a D6 inspo on it.
Yeah.
30 to hit. Woo! And then, fun thing with this, I get to do it 2 more times.
Again.
28 to hit, that'll do. Oh, and by the way, let me look back at these. 33 to hit. Were any of those an 18 or 19? Because I crit on 18s with this spell.
Highest was a 17, sadly.
Highest was 17? Okay, cool. So that's...
You know before I can even click the roll log. You're incredible.
Min-maxa, bro.
All right, so 32 force damage on the first one. 22 on the second. Let's see, here we go. 36 on the next one. And then 28.
That's a 9th level spell.
Yeah.
You can tell by how high it is.
28, 36,
22,
22,
32.
32. Let's go.
It's a lot.
Fife, what's the numbers on that? I'm too hungover to do math.
Oh. I believe we actually have classification for that, and the classification is a boatload.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take
But
it.
if you want the actual number, it's 118.
Out of
then-
2,000.
So, also the funny thing is that Blade of Disaster is a bonus action.
What? You just did that much damage in a bonus action?
9th level spell.
This isn't even my real action.
I thought you said it was
I
going to
think
make it into
casting
an
it is an
infection.
action, but no, wait, actually it's bonus action. All right. Then, man, what else? I do a cantrip with the action. Okay, let's do the old.
You're gonna need it.
Let's do the old Eldritch Blast then. Let's do it.
I don't know.
As I'm just gonna be firing some of those ice crystals as Eldritch Blasts as well. Yeah, please do that again. Some more sound effects.
Start it blessed.
Drop a bird
Sorry.
call.
I think I have 4 rate. Oh, come on!
Oh!
Natural 1 on the first one.
If you destroy this little rock we're standing on.
This is not the time to switch RNG with Adam.
2 beams left.
2 beams left. All right.
As a backup, if everyone just needs to grab onto catch
31 to hit and 21 to hit. It's not gonna hit the last one, so 1 will hit for 2 damage. Listen, I blew my load early.
Anything else for your turn, Renwick?
No, I punished that black hole enough.
Reaction. Consume magic.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
DC 26.
All right.
Constitution save.
Is this a magical ability?
Yes.
All right, I get advantage. 19. I'm gonna use a D10 inspo. What was the DC again?
26.
26.
All right. Nope. Oh. All right.
Go ahead and roll me that 1d10.
Okay.
Oh.
9.
You're a smart man for using that 9.
Let's go.
Go ahead and take that 8th level spell slot, please.
Oh, it's gonna be a 4th level. Actually, 5th. It's gonna be a 5th.
Then it'll be a 4th and a 5th.
And a 5th. All right. Got it.
God damn. It's good times.
It's okay. I'm multi-classed. That's it.
Biddy, it is your turn. Isn't it nice you don't have spell slots?
I don't like that comment.
I didn't think about that at all last night.
No, I know you did. Where is Demetrius? Because I don't see him on the map.
We're all on a rock still.
No. How far is he? Like, I don't. Where is he on? Is this him kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I love that you guys don't spread out.
Oh, no.
There's nowhere to spread out to. There's other rocks.
I mean, you have wings.
You
got
find
wings.
literal cockroaches on other maps, yet there's a million rocks on this
Well,
side.
that's
You go,
because we have
"There's nowhere to
Glam,
go,
who is
Robert.
searching for
There's nowhere to go.
cockroaches."
I can't pull over any farther."
Yeah, and I bet if I started
Hey,
flying,
you know
you'd be
what?
like, give me a DC 58,000 Constitution check.
Last time, the fact we
Last time
did-
staying together saved us.
Exactly.
Why are you trying to get us away?
We got a lot of auras. He's playing a game here. Don't fall for it.
Wait, we're playing a game?
No, this is real life.
Oh.
All right.
As far as Ketri knows.
Ketri is
Biddy
having fun.
is.
Ron puts all the acorns in his mouth.
They're just eating chipmunk cheeks. Ketri is squirrel, not chipmunk.
Do I have to use a ranged weapon to hit him?
No, you can hit with
Where-
melee.
Oh, sweet. Cool. All right, then definitely gonna hit with my Love's Embrace. What are all of my element options? I forgot.
What would you like to do?
Kill it, Biddy. Kill it.
That'd be a solid option.
I'll probably do this one. Okay.
Visit Ketri for more sage advice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do melee. I was just looking at that because I get to choose. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so Biddy is going to equip lightning damage on her Love's Embrace. And you just start to see like little bits start to encapsulate and circle her Love's Embrace that are usually flame and cold, but now it's turning into this third element. What is it? Come on. That's cute. Love it here.
Okay.
17 does not hit.
No kidding. He's gonna
case you
play
forgot.
something else. Rolled a hit DM. Oh, Biddy's
18
hurting.
does not hit.
You're getting better. Like 12 turns from now, you'll be able to hit it.
I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you,
I'll get
19
a
and
5
20 don't
next
do it either.
turn. We're going up. All right, let's see if that third one does
Little
it.
by
Come
little.
on.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
18
Well, this
will
is
not hit.
No, yeah, you're right.
Bonus action.
As it turns out, this will also not hit.
If you action surge, maybe you'll hit him like one time.
This is bad.
Yeah, what I'm about to do might be bad too. I can't do anything else. So she's reaching into her pocket and throwing the acorn.
Yep.
Yeet! As you throw
Please
that
don't kill us. Please don't kill us. Please don't kill us.
magical Fey acorn, I'm gonna need you to roll a D100.
Okay. She puts her shield up as she throws it.
Xanderin sees what she's doing and hides behind the shield as well. Ooh, 91.
91, nice.
What horrors is this gonna be?
As you yeet that acorn, once again, a very familiar mummy and sarcophagus
Oh my god.
Oh, this
and literal ziggurat appears before you. Simply sarcophagus opening up, the mummy lord staring back at you again for the second time since it's been summoned.
Hey, we missed you so much, buddy. We just wanted to bring you back.
Burned alive the last time. Apparently it was their partner. This one looks out before being absorbed into the singularity.
Oh, goodbye. I'm sorry.
We don't even know this guy.
That was the partner. That was a different guy.
Throwing a pyramid.
Did I lodge it?
Let's go ahead and give me 50 D6 on that.
All right.
None of it applies.
He's just making up numbers now.
Yeah, I mean it's a ziggurat.
yeah.
You go run the math, Bife.
That should be.
Ooh, that was pretty.
177 points
Throw your acorns. It hurts.
of literal cultural destruction that comes out the other side into the British Museum.
Matrix is the goddamn British Museum.
Don't worry. The 2,000 points is just
knew it.
phase one.
Demetrius is British. We knew it.
We don't claim this man.
177 points of damage. What else do you do on your turn, Biddy?
I'm saving stuff right now because I need better hits. So she's eventually done.
Reaction.
Hey, what are you gonna take? I can't wait.
Oh no.
Your
My
soul.
favorite part.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
Nope, they don't use consume magic.
No, I know.
Nope,
What else
end of
you
turn.
got?
No reaction. Straight in to layer action.
Can we say no?
Nope.
Okay. You never know till you ask.
No.
As you stare back out into the singularity, a pulse and a wave ripples through your brain as it begins to compress and pull. And you can feel as if every secret you've ever had begins to boil from the bottom of your brain to the top. Please roll DC 26 wisdom save on maddening secrets.
Mine's only a nat 26. So
Oh,
No
it was so
way.
close on Renwick's. Oh, come on.
Oh. No bueno.
wow.
I use a
I'm
lucky
gonna
on
use
this.
it.
Ketri is not wise.
Ketri has so many secrets.
Ketri does not want to share where they buried all their nuts.
Dark rodent secrets?
Those are Ketri's for winter.
Well, I saved.
Yay.
That's good.
Everyone else with a failure, Ketri with a critical failure.
Ketri has small brain.
You better update that.
Maddening secrets. Mitros whispers an arcane secret into your mind as your other secrets pile up. If you fail the save, you will take 4d12 force damage for each creature within 30 feet.
What?
You knew we'd stick together.
Tasty.
This is gonna hurt.
A creature that fails the saving throw. Oh, excuse me. I got ahead of myself. You can choose to expend one of your spell slots,
Yeah, sure. Take them all.
or or
Yeah.
your action surge in this case, to prevent one of these explosions. There are 4
When does this happen?
right now.
Oh, no.
How many you say? There's 4 explosions?
Yes, so right now you're looking at,
Can I give you 4 first level spell slots?
yeah.
All right, take them.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
On with the wind. As you prevent well over 121 points of damage, you still must pay the Ketri.
Petri understands.
Oh god. Oh, this is bad. Oh my god. I swear to God, Robert.
Good news is that is only the small gravitational pull on Ketri, so it is 79 points of damage instead of multiplied by 4.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Ketri is still standing.
All secrets will be mine. Layer action over. Mitros' turn. First, targeting you, Renwick.
Okay.
Arcane Blast comes in. Does 23 hit?
Counterspell.
Okay. Arcane Blast consumed.
All right. Do I need to roll against it?
No, you don't.
Okay, cool.
Counterspell works. It'll take all 4 shots of 9th level Arcane Blast.
Okay.
Looking back at you, it will target you with Consume Magic.
All right.
DC 26 saving throw. 30, you will save.
Let me
you
go
will
ahead and
not lose a spell slot.
Let me roll my advantage.
As you look back, Xanderin, you're one of the first ones to see as that thread is cut on a large gaseous planet that comes in hurtling hot, that explodes into the top of the singularity, that erupts in a cataclysmic blast. I need everybody to make a DC 26 dexterity saving throw. You are advantage, Biddy, because of your shield. Brahm is also advantage. If one of us rolls a 19 or higher, you save the entire party, like last time. No pressure.
None felt.
Magic, right?
Get you some!
Let's go!
Nice.
You got this.
Sorry, ears. I think she saved.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
You prevent. I don't even see. 58 points of force damage for the entire party as we lock shields one more time.
58. Okay.
No. You're saved.
Oh, she saved. Oh,
Yeah.
all of us. Oh, okay.
Casually just preventing like 300 points
I
of
told
damage.
you she put the shield up.
She did a lot.
Mitros' turn over. Ah, that's my goal! That's my goal!
I'm so scared, Brom.
I'm not anymore.
Should be.
He's gonna pick up the acorn. He's gonna eat it.
That's right.
That's my guy!
Oh
Okay.
no.
Why does that number not
Oh,
look good?
no.
I think or was it 36?
No, 36 was eternally flat.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh god.
As a pile of shriekers emits from this acorn as it hits the gravitational wave, you see one by one their life force siphoned off into Mitros as he literally pulls their own life drain from them, absorbing into its own body.
Ew.
Well, that didn't go as good as last
Why did you
time.
throw that?
I don't know, Squatch. You literally threw a pyramid.
Yeah, if I jumped off a bridge, would you follow? You probably would.
There are more acorns on the ground.
Ketri has plenty. They're just locked inside.
Ketri, give me another one.
Ketri will easily give you 5 more.
As my bonus action. Ah!
Roll, I swear!
I think I had a total of 21 to begin with.
Yeah.
Xanderin casually remembers that he had a fey pact at a certain point to spread all these acorns, and he's kind of fulfilling that. Kind of.
And then, out of nowhere, we see that familiar blue flame erupt. That we literally burned half the Feywild down with.
What do you
Not
mean
our
we?
I alone would like to claim this particular calamity,
kinda
says
that way.
Mud.
I burned the sentient trees.
Let's go ahead and go with 20 d6s on that. Of
Nice.
fuego damage.
Ooh, that
Let's
looks
go. 66 points of damage.
Okay, that one was good.
See? It gets better, right? It gets
Sometimes,
better.
yes.
Nothing's gonna wrong happen
Only
at all
up
from
from
this.
here.
Okay. Ketri, it is your turn.
Ketri will not be afraid, not with friends. And Ketri is going to look at their 4 companions and cast heroism on the whole group, except for Ketri. I don't have enough with my 4 spells.
I grant it. You get the whole part.
Well, you know, okay, one. If you buy 4,
He
get 1
deflects with
free.
his shield.
Yes.
Yes, got it. I love that. All right, with all of you looking at Ketri looking back from behind the inside of his mech suit because he was prepared for outer space. On this end, at the top of the round, we'll all gain temporary hit points, and we are immune to being frightened from here on out. Woo! Even terrified.
How many attempts do we get? Hell yeah.
How many tips?
So it's going to be equal to my spellcasting ability modifier. +3. We get 3.
Sick.
3.
That can't
That can't be right.
be. That can't be right.
My sheet might be wrong on this.
Plus 2 zeros, right?
Everybody give yourself 15.
15.
Nice.
So at the top of each round, we'll just do
Unbelievably
15.
generous. Okay, thank you.
My
15. I got
sheet might be
plenty
a
of-
little funny.
I got plenty of ways to make this not a happy ending, so.
Setting him at 2,000 was enough.
All right, action in. Bonus action, Ketri.
I would like to jump to one of these nearby floating rocks at end. I assume anywhere within range, I'll probably find something. Or is there particular rocks I have to keep in mind?
Jump and pray.
Yeah, Ketri's just gonna leap out into outer space and hope that it works.
Oh gosh.
Athletics check.
I love athletics.
Do yours with advantage because you're a little squirrel in a mech suit.
That is true.
Makes sense.
That is true. First one coming in. Be good, please be good. 18! Ketri jumped well.
Not well enough.
Oh. Ketri does not jump well, and you just see
Ketri
this
used
flailing
dice.
as the little squirrel inside this glass suit, like, panicking.
Are you jumping to the north or to the south?
South.
Is there a north and south in space?
You spiral out of control as the gravity is even too strong for your mech suit. Not being able to land on your feet, you are now smashed prone onto the rock to the south.
Oh.
Are you okay, Ketri?
Ketri's not gonna do anything else. That hurts. Ketri's more embarrassed than anything.
Oh.
1d6 of emotional damage. No.
Anything else for your turn?
No, that will be enough.
Xanderin, top of the round, you realize that it is 8 rounds from going into the singularity. It is your turn.
Looking at the different threads that are combining into Mitros, seeing the pattern and seeing the clock ticking down as galaxies and planetoids start to crumble, Xanderin shifts his attention and suddenly pulses psychic energy through his body. I am going to use a bonus action to grow my psychic arms. So I now have 4 pairs of arms. or 4 arms rather, 2 pairs of arms. With that, I'm going to pull out my psychic daggers. I can see what I need to, but I'm gonna try something. I don't know if this is gonna work. Hold on. I'm going to take my first of 3 psychic daggers and plunge it into the ground. I'm going to try, and this is something we have not ruled, but I'm gonna see if I can do it. I'm gonna try create a area on the ground here with a psychic anchor that will spread true sight to the party so that they can see into the ethereal plane. I don't know if that's even something that you would allow to rule, but I'm going to try and share the sight from my third eye.
Yeah, go for it.
Do it. Do it.
Cool. What do you want me to roll for that? Or, if anything?
Spell attack. DC 28.
Well, I will use an advantage card, because this is the time.
Yes.
This is absolutely the time. I also do have a lucky card if I need it. All right. I'm going to use one from Party Hand, which I can't currently see. But yes, I'm going to use an advantage. Yeah. Here's your first. And here's your advantage.
24 will miss.
Here's your advantage.
25 will miss.
Inspo first. I'm going to use a D10. This is very important. All right. Spending more psychic energy, trying to push the vision as far as he can.
Legendary action.
Oh.
I will consume your die.
It's not a side die, it's an inspo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
1 legendary action gone.
Oh, time to roll the hard 6. I need to lucky that roll. All right.
Do you feel lucky, punk?
No.
Do I feel lucky? Let's find out.
31. That will hit.
Channeling my inner mudcat there. Roll a nat 20 or you die. Bet. Staring back into the face that is grinning at him, that he's recognized throughout all of his terrifying adventures through planes, walking between realities and even times, seeing the trickery as it's trying to pull away the energy, Xanderin understands now how to instinctively push back against it and holds firm, pushing more of psychic energy back into the ground as I expend those 2 psi die in order to create a field on this asteroid that will let everyone else see. I will go ahead and draw that now.
Like putting on a new pair of glasses, you can now all see these threads that are interconnected to Mitros and how they are literally pulling the planets and galaxies into itself. You can all see those connected threads. You can target them if you wish, if you do not sever the threads before Mitros' turn. Cataclysm returns.
How many threads are there?
Currently, this round, 3.
We can-
There. Pulling in everything. See, there are 3 that are closest. Target them first. Stop him before he can consume them. It's too much, but if we can stop that, maybe it's enough. And as I reach out and expend that vision to the rest of the party, I'm going to take my last 2 daggers, throw them out towards the threads in a cross shape. And I'm going to roll some psychic blade attacks.
Now, you will attack Mitros the same. Oh, that's a crit.
Give me some. Oh.
So every damage you do to the threads is damage to Mitros.
Sick.
All right. And this is the first one. This will be with sneak attack. So this is going to be a big boy. Oh. All right. Ignore that second one that's in the log. Here comes your crit damage on the blade. Here comes the sneak attack. Here comes the critical damage on the sneak attack.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Keep rolling.
Let's go.
Oh, 16 points on your regular psychic blades, then another 74 points on your sneak attack.
Ooh, okay.
One thread down.
Right. Here comes Psychic Blade attack number 2. As that first blade sails through, severs some of the threads. Second one sails behind it. And if it's the same AC as Mitros, that will hit. This one, sadly, no sneak attack on, but it is at very least max damage. There we go.
13 more points of psychic damage. Action. Consume magic. DC 26. Roll 1d10. How many side die do you have left?
After plopping down the field, I have 2, and I have 2 normal spell slots remaining as well.
I'll take those 2 spell slots and those side eye.
Right. Consider it all gone.
Rough.
As they're pulled from you, Xanderin, it's not the fact that you feel yourself becoming physically weaker, but the memories that come with those psychic blades do as well. The cadre literally holding on by the only thread that you have out in your psychic anchor.
Can I look deeper into that connection?
Roll your spell attack. Tell me what you want to do.
Simply try to understand and figure out the connection, understanding if there's something going on with the shared history of Mitros and my family.
20 fails. Anything else for your turn?
That is action, bonus action. I am gonna keep standing on the side, ready to defend everybody, and that is end turn.
Renwick, it is your turn.
All right. First thing, Renwick's gonna use my wings to fly away from this cluster where I don't want to die. I'll just go north, like 30 feet or something.
Go ahead and roll your spell attack for your magical wings.
Ooh.
36.
Let's go. You will move unimpeded.
Okay, cool. And then I will continue using my Blade of Disaster as he kind of floats in space, almost like a symphony conductor, just like moving these magical blood blades around. Let's see. 22 is not going to do it. I'll throw a D8 on it. It's probably my last inspo. 26 won't do it, right? So, all right, that's one misses.
Yeah, 20 on the Blade of Disaster.
So, funny
for
thing about
big
Blade of
damage.
Disaster, when it crits, it does an additional 8d12 of force damage.
Triple crit time.
So it does 12d12 of force damage.
That's a lot of
Should.
That's a lot of damage.
It's missing 4d12s, actually.
You're living up to your new character art.
Hold on. I need 4 more d12s on there. Critted. Actually, I need 8 more because I only rolled 4. Okay, hold on. So...
Oops, more damage.
1 second. So 16 plus 30, so plus 39. So 69, nice. 39.
Nice.
84 plus 48 times 3. Plus
Say that again.
120, 144 plus 84.
144 plus 84.
Yeah.
228 points of damage.
All right, let's go. And then I'm gonna do it 2 more times.
Come on, Mud. Roll 2 more 20s. You got this, I believe.
The second thread is gone.
Okay. 33 force damage on the next one, and I got one more. I'm lucky. Hold on. No, I don't have one. No luckies. That's it.
Anything else for your turn, Renwick?
No, I think I did it. I think I did it all.
Well done. Biddy, your turn.
Okay. We're gonna try it all again. And hers is still lightning. I put a 1d6 on that. Oh, perfect.
Oof.
It worked.
28 will hit. Woo. 16 slashing, 6 lightning, 2 radiant. All applies.
Cool.
26 will not hit.
Throw 1d8 on it, I guess.
Smoke him if you got it.
Sucks. Okay.
That'll hit.
Strong rolls, too.
Good rolls. 20 slashing, 11 points of lightning, 8 points of radiant. All applies.
Get it, Biddy!
Ketri, stop it.
Distraction.
Nat 1. As you take that last swing, Biddy, you swing too hard. You step off, and you are being pulled into the singularity.
Can I use a reaction to grab her with the Dark Eye in hand?
Yes, you can.
All right, well, that can be.
Catch her. Catch her.
Your shield goes with you.
Yay.
It's not my Nat 1.
If this is a strength saving throw, this is
Yes,
using the Dark Eye.
straight.
Cool. That's going to be a d20 plus 5 because it is specifically Dark Eye, not my normal measly strong hand. Let's give that a go.
Oh.
Can I use my
Not a 1.
reaction slash bonus action, whatever it is?
No.
Why?
Brom will use his reaction.
Good. Spend it.
It's really my shield.
Am I going shield surfing?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. What a throwback.
Oh.
Now you're really going shield surfing.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh no.
The good news is you're a little closer to hit.
Oh, thank goodness.
That's what I was dreaming of.
No, Benny, no!
I hated him.
What would you like to do for your bonus action?
Yeah, can I teleport with my echo? Put her on the shield? Because I have 2.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that actually.
I mean, sacrifice the other. Oh god. Totally can. Done it.
We got a time limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to let this happen then. Can I do it with my Eladrin? Let's use it as an echo.
As you swap places with your Eladrin,
I barely used you anyway!
as they disappear into Mitros. Anything else for your turn?
No.
Sweet, sweet layer action. Banding secrets. DC 26. Wisdom save.
Ooh.
Advantage.
Still not good.
No! No! Ketri does not have brains!
Oh. Oh my.
I got another nat one.
If he didn't know where your nuts were before, he does
We
now.
have advantage. Hey, we have advantage on wisdom saves because you're heroism.
Oh, that's right. I'm a hero. Okay, forget this.
Brain wrinkles.
Ketry's as smooth as the acorns that he has. Okay.
Well, that's basic.
I'm also using abominable.
24.
I mean,
Okay, 'cause I
Not a
have
critical failure.
Oh, thanks.
Yes! No, 19.
Save. So we have two saves out of the party. That means there are 3 explosions of maddening secrets. Is anyone willing to sacrifice the spell slots to stop them?
3 second-level spell slots.
How many do you have?
Enough. as many as an 18th level wizard sorcerer has.
I forget we're level 18. That's
One
right.
of these days, you're not going to be able to do anything. You'll just have to
I
pick
know.
up the rocks that you're on and
I
toss
know.
it at him.
he
I
has
have
a blade
I have
of
a cane with a
disaster.
sword hidden
He
in
has
it.
an acorn still.
His acorn. At least 1, 2.
On the second round of maddening secrets, you will have to sacrifice 1 additional slot.
Take a third. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I only cast Eye Bite in the last fight.
Sweet baby Mitros.
Now, as you prevent those manifestations from exploding with True Sight, you also notice that if they do explode, they create an anti-magic cone around in a 30-foot area.
Oh man.
Oh.
Mitros' turn. He is going to look back at you, Renwick, and retarget with those arcane blasts.
Counterspell.
You may counterspell.
All right.
It will consume all 4 bolts. It will look at you and target you with consume magic. I need you to go ahead and roll a 1d10.
I have to save on it. Do I save for it?
Oh yeah, get to save.
Okay. Just assuming.
I suppose you can say.
Yes, you will save.
All right, let's go.
That is also a crit.
I'm gonna roll it for the crit because I have advantage. We'll see. Nope. All right, cool.
With 1 thread still being connected, it pulls in and recharges Cataclysm.
All right.
Ketry says, stop doing that.
Please.
Yes. Tell him, Ketry.
Ah!
Oh,
Does
it
not
failed.
succeed.
Ketry is in charge now.
You control him.
Has to be a 4, 5, or 6 to recharge with threads. As you can see, one of the planets comes in and it shifts and it spins around to the other side, swinging just where you were a second ago.
Whoa.
Brahm's turn. How we doing on health, y'all? Oh,
I'm not too hot, you know.
well, I don't have a lot left from this, but I will.
Whose fault is that?
No 5th level spells, no 6th level spells, no mass cure wounds.
Oh.
4th level cure wounds for you, Xanderin.
Sure. Hit me with it. Actually, you technically, because of Exalted Deeds, you will be rolling that at 5th level.
Yes,
And it's maxed. Praise.
I don't have to roll anymore.
Praise
Your
be,
wounds.
Helm, we believe.
Go.
Hey, that's nice.
Oh, pretty forward.
That was a
Sir.
great roll.
Whoa.
Okay, so you'll get 40 points of healing back. I will get 14.
That's for everyone.
No, that's just for Xanderin.
I was just trying to be nice.
And I will shake my money maker, and I will drop sensor. And we will all get 11 points that are still on the rock.
Aw, dang it. I just got off the rock.
169.
Ketri, it is your turn.
Okay.
Very cool.
Seeing that Mitros did not recharge, Ketri in the small, very limited, wrinkled brain will think that they are in charge and will command Mitros to sit. For flavor. Just see.
This is very tough.
Ketri will look and point, sit!
It will just grin back as
Okay.
it grows larger.
Ketri did not like. Where is Biddy again?
I'm on the rock again.
You're on the rock.
Yeah, probably cradling my stomach from nausea that I'm about to throw up.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure. And there's one thread left, correct?
No, it's reset.
I'll reset.
Let's find that out.
Cool.
Oh.
Then I'm mission focused here.
It's only two.
Two on this round.
2 on this end. Seeing the command doesn't work, you see a series of clamps begin to open up as steam begins to pour out, and out of the mech comes baby Steel Defender Mech Bunny, and it's going to shoot out inside, kind of propelling towards one of those strands. In that final moment when it leaves, I would like Ketri to cast Fly on it, so that way it can move through space to attack the thread.
Down.
Awesome, sweet. I didn't have a plan B if that wasn't gonna work. So Steel Defender can now fly and goes towards whichever happens to be the closest thread and will begin to do the attack for the bonus action of Ketri with the rend hit.
Like a satellite.
Yes.
You launch it.
Can we just see it?
At the start
It's
of the
going around.
Yes, yes.
It's a moon bunny.
And Kepler syndrome is
is.
even affecting Mitros. What the hell?
It's not afraid of Mitros, right?
It's a loprit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a moon bunny.
All right, Steel Defender on the attack. Where's my steel?
Can we get the music up a little bit? It's a little quiet. Thank you.
We need more sound.
There we go.
I just had it up, and now I feel like a fool. Oh, because I have it under action. There we go. There it is. Okay, yes.
All right.
All right.
Let's attack that thread.
Let's attack. Come on. Please hit. Please hit. They come through? Not. No! It's now just like, so it missed, and it's gonna have to circle back. Maybe next time around.
The rabbit is now in orbit.
But at least we all get 15 HP. That will be Ketri's turn.
All right, so if you didn't set it, it doesn't stack. It's just a re-rolling 15.
Cool. I'm down with
Xanderin, 7 turns till singularity. You know what?
that. What?
Layer action.
Oh.
No.
Why?
Legendary action.
Oh, okay. Why?
5 turns till singularity.
What?
Whoa. One note on the heroism, they are temporary hit points, so if you are maxed out, it goes up.
Reaction, I cast Heck You at the 18th level.
A big heck you. Biddy's gonna add on to that.
Send it.
Oh man.
Send the 18th level.
Yeah.
What is that, 100 D12s?
Yep, absolutely. I would love to go ahead and roll that with super advantage because super heck you, and I'm missing my Go XLR, which just would allow me to do the flat like mic loop. No, examining the connections again, Xanderin is starting to understand a little bit more perhaps about Mitros, but again, he's going to, in flavor and RP, try and look into that connection deeper and understand the pull once more. So I'm going to roll my spell attack and see if I can look again into the connection, see what happens. Is that okay?
Go for it.
All right. That is a 31.
31. As you stare out into the threads, you know how much HP is left. 1,124 hit points. Threads coming in from everywhere, not just you in the singularity, but all of Faerun will be consumed in 5 turns. On the other end, you see something forming inside Mitros on the other side of this black hole.
Do I reckon?
It is taking all of this and creating something.
Puppy.
Is this the baby shower?
Daddy.
Yeah, you've heard of meteor showers. This is a baby shower.
All right, Daddy, you got to help out with the delivery here.
Yeah, seeing all of this bad nonsense go down, Xanderin doesn't hesitate. He's going to strike for one of the threads. I'm going to use Chorus, and yet again, that's going to be an advantage roll. Here it comes flat.
30 will hit.
Whew.
Let's roll for advantage. Fish for that crit.
Hey, let's go. Crit.
Are you ready for the most dice I've ever rolled?
Let's go.
Are you all ready?
Do it, do it.
Okay, here we go.
Do it.
You've got your base damage, your sneak attack, your booming blade. Here's the base. And here is everything when you crit.
9 plus 5. Oh, nope, nope,
Yep.
nope.
Keep it rolling.
It's
Don't
still going.
stop.
9 plus 8.
And there is your
5,
receipt.
Plus 16, plus 21, plus 48, plus 18, plus 24. 149 points of
Nice.
demo.
Let's go. Good stuff.
You might have taken them all, but there is still one owl here. And it is as angry as all of them. Mitros, you've hunted us for years, and I'm going to end that now. It's over.
It is over for the rest of your cadre. Reaction: consume magic on your last anchor.
Ooh, here we go.
If you fail this, the history of your people, your family, and everything that you went through, both in multiple timelines and now, will be consumed.
You're a monster.
Everything you
Is
love.
you?
I'm wrong.
No, you're Robert.
As Adama said, let's roll that hard 6, I guess.
Come on.
Let's go.
We have strode through time. We have strode through dimension. Planes are but fields upon which we walk. You are nothing but a parasite. We will endure, even if the memory is but pain. But you will be remembered as nothing. You will be food for entropy, nothing more.
Your anchor can no longer be targeted. Renwick, it is your turn.
I have one more swing.
Oh yeah, that's
He's not done. Don't rush him.
please,
It's
please.
the biggest heck you.
Keep it going.
Vengeance in his eyes. Walk song from Chorus still going on. This is another advantage roll.
Let's go.
And here comes the second. I'm gonna throw a D8 on that and see if I can actually make a hit. This is my last inspo. Ooh, that'll hit. Okay. Ooh, just. And here is your chorus damage.
All right, another 9 piercing, 10 psychic, 5. 951 hit points.
That's right. Little by little.
Legendary action.
Come on. This guy.
2 rounds until singularity. Legendary actions are spent.
Okay.
Your turn, Renwick.
All right. I'm a one-trick pony, so Blade of Disaster. 30 to hit on the first. 26 on the next. That's gonna miss.
Crit!
Itty
On the-
bitty critty committee.
Hit it!
And then the last one, 29. All right, we'll do the regular ones first.
2 hits, a miss, and a crit.
34 and 37, and then we do this manually. And then the crit roll coming in. That is wrong. Take 1,000 off of that.
Like, we did it! He's dead!
Subtract 1,000 from that. 239 on the crit roll.
Can it be
Sorry,
right?
not 1,200.
You just rounded up a
Yeah,
little.
extra one got in there.
Yeah.
239 plus 34
Plus 37.
plus 37. 310 points of damage between you and Xanderin. You cut the threads
Let's
on
go.
this round.
Let's see, and then let me look at something real quick.
641 hit points left.
Oh,
2 rounds left.
Dang, I was hoping I had an extra strike card, but I do not. So that's it.
wait, you still have your action, don't you? Because it's a bonus action, right?
Huh?
You still have your action because Blade is a bonus action, right?
Using it the extra 2 times is the bonus action.
Gotcha.
Consume magic reaction.
All right,
DC 26 con save.
I have advantage.
Yes.
Or is that a
Save.
crit? Is that a crit? No, that's a save.
It's a save, but not
Hold
a
on,
crit.
hold on. Okay, 29.
Biddy, it is your turn.
Okay. First, King, you're doing what we were doing. Yeah, girl, you're doing great.
Oh no.
I'm so proud of you. Shoot.
22 will miss.
Yeah.
That's a crit!
Get you some.
Cool.
That's a crit with a Vorpal. It's not.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, was that a Vorpal blade?
Yeah.
Does Black Hole have a head?
So
And I,
Unfortunately, Mitros cannot be decapitated.
I am
What do you
going
mean? He's all
to allow my gauntlets, the lightning, to continue to follow through onto her blade from her wrists. And her gauntlets.
19, 12, 8, 8, 13 points damage. Mitros is at 581 hit points.
Come on, brother.
I know.
You got this.
You got this, apparently.
Woo!
There
Aw,
you go.
man, too off.
67 points as you unleash your lightning gauntlets into Mitros. This time, you can see that electrical charge spark as you too can see something now spinning and collecting gas inside the center of Mitros.
He's making something! She goes in for another swing. I'm gonna add my 1d10 just because she only got 2 more things,
I'll roll
right?
1.
Don't say that while I roll
Wow.
dice.
Wow.
That is
Wow.
terrifying.
That'll hit.
This man's.
I can't.
Honestly.
Awesome. And then I'm going to unleash Incarnation and swing with
19, 6, 3 lightning,
I'm gonna swing with
6
fire.
radiant. 480 hit points left.
Dang it, I don't have anything else.
26 will miss.
Unless I have luck. I don't know if I want to use luck on this. That's fine, because I'm gonna action surge.
Let's go.
Do it again.
Throw the book at him.
Yeah, that just needs more chances of a bad roll. Oh, baby. I'll luck that one, actually. Let's just, why not? Okay.
Oh no.
It's okay. Should have a few more hits. Not maybe.
17 will hit.
Whew. And this is back with biddies, so it's lightning still.
All right, another 14. 9 points of lightning.
Does Biddy's sword crit on 19 on its own? Because if so, that's a crit too,
Yeah,
right?
it should.
Because of your aura,
Yeah, no,
right? Am I wrong on that?
What are these dice?
No, I don't see it. It's an 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does Buddy's sword crit on a 19 alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be 19.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, another
Okay, and this one is fire.
19 points of damage. Another 8 points of lightning.
Sweet. Okay, that
Another
one
2
is
radiant.
fire, and she is going to allow her gauntlets to go off again. It just won't be at really sick damage this time.
398 points.
This is okay. An extra 24.
Another 24
lightning.
points of lightning as you unleash your gauntlets again.
Yeah.
374 hit points. Anything else for your turn, Biddy?
I'm gonna use a second win for myself. That's my bonus action, and that'll be it.
Layer action. Disadvantage for everyone. So this means it will be a flat roll as the layer action increases because you have heroism.
Oh no.
Ketri cannot do this
Ketri.
anymore. This is the third nat one I've gotten on my wisdom saving throws. You might as well just open up Ketri's brain and put an acorn there instead. I cannot do this.
Do we get our advantages or what?
No,
Okay.
Wow.
I cannot.
increased.
Oh.
Does that save me?
Oh, no.
No.
Dang it!
You will take no
Give me the
damage.
squirrel!
Would anyone be willing to send me an inspo?
I don't. I've used all mine.
Hold on. I probably have cards.
If I am literally one away, you can throw me a trash D6 and it'll work.
I've got a D6. I got plenty of D6 cards if you
Cool.
want one.
Awesome.
They're all yours.
Let it eat.
All right, if I do that, I make the save. Easy peasy, done. Whew, okay.
All right. Explosions go off in your brain. You will need to sacrifice the equivalent of 4 level 8 spells to stop this. Do you have them?
I can give you 2 level 5s, 3 level 4s, and 2 third levels. Actually, yeah, is that enough? I don't
Nope,
know.
have to be level 8s.
Can I do something that's a little bit different?
What do you suggest?
Oh, okay. What do we get to know? Well, that's a reaction. Biddy, what's your
My ears are
what's
so
your
big.
ears here?
I don't know, their voices are low, so all you hear is,
Oh, okay.
make it out.
Uh-huh.
That's funny, guys.
As-
What you talk about?
Each person in the party, except for Biddy, is about to take 108 points of damage.
Xanderin feels the energy that is about to be drained from everyone, looks at Mitros, and feels one last moment of hate, and remembers back to the lake. When it rose out and showed itself to him for the first time, and he remembers all of the pain that he has suffered as it turns. Do you remember now what I told you the first time I saw you? Any oath I swore, any pledge I make, I would break to see the end of your miserable ilk.
I remember it all clearly.
You will not take this choice from me again. Xanderin takes his blade, Chorus, in both his hands, feeling the remnants of his family's legacy, feeling the remnants of the entire cadre, and he begins to grip with his metal hand. He holds it and feels the song of his people for the last time as he begins to clench and bend, and then he shatters the blade, revoking every memory of his family, revoking all but his powers of the cadre, and sacrificing everything that he knows just for the chance.
D100. Xanderin, as you destroy Chorus in an attempt to save your friends. Your sword rings out for the last time with the song of its people as it fills and creates a barrier around the entire party, shielding everyone from that damage. As it echoes out, you look and you can see those memories still held in that psychic anchor, separated from you, but one last piece lingers until that psychic anchor goes away. That is the picture book into your life that's there. As you can see page by page of it go by, I need you to roll a spell attack. Do so with advantage.
Here's the first. And here's the second. Double 14.
28 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage for Chorus for the last time.
Don't mind, that's just because I gotta get it out there on the field. Am I allowed to tag anything extra onto this? Sneak attack might not be appropriate. Booming Blade, as the song of his people, might be.
No, use it all, just like you would normally attack.
Gotcha. And the song goes out with a whimper.
11 piercing, 15 psychic, 33 sneak attack, 3 thunder, 312 hit points left. Your memories are even better the second time.
You don't get it, do you? You could take everything, but I've seen the path that leads to. I saw it as I looked into your eyes the first time. 1,000 timelines, 1,000 realities, burned to the ground, and for what? Nothing. I know what you are at the end of this path. You're a mewling speck, trudging across empty universes, looking for anything to sustain you for but another moment. Even if we fall this day, it's the end for you. Not because of time, not because of us.
Time was always the end for you.
The end for you is who you are. You will die alone.
Roll an intimidation check.
Can we help out at all as friends? Don't laugh.
Not on this case.
Okay.
He will target Xanderin with all 4 arcane blasts. That's a crit.
Oh.
By the way, these are crit on 16, so good job with counter spell.
I'm gonna Shadow Martyr that one.
37, 24, 31, 22. Xanderin, you will take 34 points of damage, plus 13, plus 18, plus 20 force damage. Yes, you can Shadow Martyr, all except for the crit. Neither.
What's your AC, Xanderin?
That's a good question. All of those will hit. I've used all my spell slots. I can't increase it further. It's 22.
If I cast shield as well as my reaction,
Does it go up to?
Biddy's already used Shadow
Well,
Martyr.
that only takes away.
it goes up
She
by
can get rid of 24.
Oh yeah, okay.
5.
by
yeah,
5.
If you go ahead and do that, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
On that end, you see a piece of Ketri, just a chunk of the metal shoulder, come flying towards you as it intercedes and collects some of that damage, blocking its ability to hit you. Ketri will help! Ketri doesn't want to see friend lose their family.
I'm already with my family, Ketri. And that's the difference. Don't you see? I look back to Mitros. If I die, at least I don't die alone.
Roll for threads. Now a D10. There are 7 threads, almost certain cataclysm this round. One more round until singularity. Brom's turn, 312 hit points. Brom will hit you with another 5th level heal, Xanderin.
Before he gets the chance to do that, can I tell him not to? Just give him the look and just point to Mitros.
If you guys want Brom to attack Mitros instead of healing Xanderin,
Whatever you feel.
Cool if you are.
Full send.
Go
Full
for it.
damage. He's gonna reach out his hand.
On the condition that you don't cast Guiding Bolt.
Use a melee weapon. You're good at that.
No, you see, this is the time. This is
All
the
right,
time.
all right, do it. Go for it. Fine.
The challenge has been set.
9th level guiding bolt.
There it is. There it is.
This never works.
It is all led to
I'll do
this. Oh, this is such a horrible idea.
This is a great
This is
idea.
the
You ever wanted to
worst
see someone
idea.
throw away a 9th level spell slot?
He's
This
gonna,
is how it's supposed to be.
he's gonna grab your hand as you're about to heal him and look at you and just shake his head, point to Mitros, burn it to the ground.
You've got this, Brom.
That's a terrible war cry.
No, it's not. Oh, it's my stomach. I shouldn't eat those tater tots. Guiding bolt. 9th level. As the light erupts from Brahm's shield towards Mitros.
Come on.
You finally did it.
It actually hit. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
40 damage.
All right. All right.
Not as pathetic as in that one. Don't worry, it's all good.
Yeah. And I'm going to shake my sensor. Everybody gets 11 points of healing in our little pod. Actually, no, I can't cure or healing word. So, yep, that's it. Ketri, it is your turn.
So to clarify, this thing is going to end before Ketri's next turn. This is Ketri's last turn.
I think we have one more.
Just because I didn't know because it comes before Ketri in the order.
No, you would have one more.
Okay, awesome.
You're the last turn before we'll die.
Okay. Thanks for that pressure.
No pressure.
And we are within melee striking distance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ketri does not like you. You are unkind and rude and you look ugly. And Ketri will use those big fists. Yeah, there's a little psychic damage on top of that. Using the destructive fist as they begin to just punch, trying to hit Mitros.
No!
No! I have rolled 4-1 this turn.
You're breathing.
Get out. You're in the room here. Get out.
I have guiding bolts, so I have advantage. Can we ignore that?
Yes.
Great.
You do not fall into the singularity thanks to my guiding bolt.
Good God.
I am an embarrassment as a human being. All right.
28 will hit.
28 will hit. I'm going to also tack on to that our smite because we need everything at this moment.
Send it.
Dice.
Damage for the destructive fist meaning.
29 force.
Plus the branding smite. 17 radiant. And you kind of see these pieces. I mean, Ketri has fallen. Ketri is being torn apart, tearing pieces off her friends. This mech is becoming closer and closer to a shell, but throwing everything that he has at them. Ketri does not like you. Ketri wants to keep friends and family and forests and home. You take that. You take that from Ketri. And in that moment, going again for that second hit, you just see almost tears glistening, kind of pouring in, floating within this shell as Ketri hits again.
29 will hit.
Should I roll again to see if we get it?
226 hit points.
And we have advantage on that still? I'm gonna roll to see if I can get that nat 20.
No.
No, okay, fair enough. The damage on that will be an additional 36
36 force.
That will be Ketri's turn. Steel Defender's action wasn't used. I got Branding Smite.
Top of the round.
15 temporary hit points for everyone.
Last round before singularity.
There's only one thing that Xanderin has left in his arsenal, and that is the sickle that he got fighting a god. And so he's going to go ahead and pull out the Storm Sickle. He's going to go ahead and attempt to hit me.
Sneak attack. 17 thunder. 129 hit points.
Very last thing he's going to do, bonus action, I'm going to use the net launcher in my hand. Knowing it's not about containing Mitros, this is just the last little trick that he has in his box. That's going to be a wisdom save from Mitros, which he will likely succeed, but I don't know. Black hole doesn't seem like it's that dexterous. DC 19. Nice.
Yes.
Okay. And here is your extra little bit of damage from that. 19 lightning damage.
110 points. As you hear those shrieks and screams erupt in a reaction as he targets those shriekers back towards you, Xanderin, that came from the acorn. To hit will be the arcane blast.
That'll hit.
$15 D8s.
Nice.
69 points of damage.
Nice.
Mitros will heal himself 138.
All right.
Can I use an extra strike? I've not used one yet.
Go for it.
Well, this is all I got left. Faye, save me now. Xanderin's gonna pull out his Faye Acorn, give it a wind up and give it a throw.
Ketri is proud! Get it! Get it!
Here is your D100.
1D100.
21, let's see what that is.
Use your nuts, Xanderin!
I am using my nuts, Ketri. It's all I have left.
You've all lost your marbles.
1D100. Oh, you already rolled. 21. 21.
Good, please be good, please be
See a stone statue of your likeness
What?
appears as it hurtles into the abyss. There's inscriptions, there's writing on it, but you only see it fleetingly before it disappears into the singularity.
Can I use an intelligence check or maybe a perception roll to see if I can make anything out in those last few fleeting seconds?
Go for it.
Okay.
Just gonna end up in the British Museum.
Yeah, man, all these artifacts. Also, ignore anything that this is if it's below a 10. Reliable talent will mean that if it's lower than 10. Okay, there we go. 29 in perception.
There's a sense of everything that you're for, this statue seems to be against a complete juxtaposition. Inside that stone is a copy of you.
What?
Like an echo or like a him?
A direct copy, an antithesis of yourself goes into the singularity and disappears.
To what effect?
Top of the black hole. Renwick, it is your turn.
All right. Renwick looking at Xanderin breaking his blade, and seeing Mitros kind of heal himself and looking at the party, and he thinks back to the time also by the lake when they were all first meeting Mitros, and his conversation about immortality with Mitros, and as he thinks about his the souls of his wife and his son, and about that immortality, he begins to instruct those blades of disaster to come back to his body, where he forms them into a spear as he begins to exsanguinate the rest of the blood in his own body, pulling all of his blood out into this spear thematically. And he looks back at the party, and with fangs drawn out, smiles, and you know, the best thing about art is that it fades. And he will dive bomb into Mitros with this spear, blade of disaster.
Oh.
As a 32, a 20 is not going to do it.
If you need to use a lucky, go for it.
If you have one, I'll use it. 28 will do. That's a crit. And I will use the lucky.
And Mud, I do have one last lucky.
All right, so that'll be 3 regulars and a crit coming in. I'm just going to roll them all as 1 for this spear. So that'll be 24 D12s plus 48. I got to do this manually. And then, yeah. As Renwick dive bombs in, this spear held out front, his body emaciated with no blood, for
Oh.
168 points of damage.
What's your grand total?
168. Unless I did that wrong. No, yeah, that was right.
$168 points as you push yourself into the singularity. What are your final moments before you hit?
As he dives in and all the forces and lights streak past his face, I think he just thinks of his wife and his child, and the moments when he was with Xanderin and released their spirits, and just closes his eyes and, I'm coming. That's it.
As light fades from one of your party members, Xanderin, beholding and seeing what's little bit left of the connection to you in the material world. Seeing Renwick sacrifice that to go searching for that peace. I want you to roll another spell attack. As you see Renwick's physical body literally dematerialize as he hits the surface of Mitros, as you look out into the ethereal plane, you can see Renwick step out from his body, hand in hand again with his partner and child. You see them step out into that cosmic sea as they continue their own thread of one of the seven that is there, simply extend out to somewhere in the universe. Everyone sees this, by the way, because of his anchor. Biddy, it is your turn. It is several turns from singularity. 80 hit points.
Seeing this, Biddy's just sad. It's another one. Another one of her party that she's lost, whether it be willingly or not. She just grips her blade, closes her eyes, and come on. So much has been sacrificed, we can do it too.
Think of home.
Home. She's gonna swing. I'm gonna swing it at advantage.
Critical hit.
It's a Vorpal sword, and he's under 100.
Yeah.
It's a Vorpal, and he's under 100.
And as she does this swing, she lifts her blade, and this is for Nelson and for Toph, and now for Renwick as well, as she...
As you take that last swing into Mitros, Ketri.
You see this charge, hearing Biddy's words, seeing the sacrifice of Renwick. Home is friends. He looks down at his mech. Family and friends. That's all we do for. It's all this is for. Looking at his books, the acorn collected, plants inside. These are not friends. For friends, they get everything. You hear this sudden kind of ruckus as Ketri dips down inside the mech, and it just disappears, and you hear pieces being torn apart, and even the mech begins to change shape as it moves and molds, as pieces shift from front to back, forming into this sort of sphere-like shape, and Ketri then at the end poking his head out the back. None of these are important if Ketri does not have friends. If Ketri does not have family. And kind of tenderly touching this home, this shell that Ketri has been in for so long. Help me keep my family. And in a small little just final touch, little button press, so soft in his tiny paws, just you can barely see it from so far away. You see it rev up and come to life of oranges and reds as this mech suit, now spherical, becomes angry and loud and rumbling and building in energy as it shakes, and suddenly in a burst of energy it propels itself towards Mitros, a comet in its own making. All of Ketri's home, his belongings, his things that he built and his identity housed within this, as a message that everything is willing to be sacrificed if it means you have your friends at the end of the day. And he just collapses on this little rock. Tiny squirrel, no voice to be had anymore. No shell to protect him. And he watches it as it collides into Mitros.
The explosion for your mech and that final swing as you make a swath across, as it collapses into its own silkish smile. The eyes blink once. They blink twice. 0 hit points as you end Mitros's black hole form. DTD.
I imagine this black hole as gaping as it is.
There it is.
It blinks its eye a third time. If it weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have understood how small the scope of my plans were. Death, take me. As you see the singularity begin to implode on itself, taking all of the final blows that you've had, you look back at the distance towards Faerun as it stops being siphoned in. And you can see that gas giant swirling, spinning and combining into a solid form before the singularity collapses on itself. But there's no explosion. As it all focuses inward. And for but fleeting seconds, you see a planet on the other side. You see the birth of Faltura. As that dimension fades away into the distance, you all stand on that rock. And you gather, avoiding the singularity by mere seconds. You all gather around Xandarin's anchor. As it has a minute left to hold your memories.
Well, didn't quite think it would end like this. He's going to pull the anchor from the ground, hold it firmly in his hand, contemplates for a moment what to do. This thing that represents what's left of the past, this thing that represents what's left of pain and happiness. There's a part of him that thinks that he should simply throw the blade and forget. He holds on to those last memories for a fleeting second. And then he looks over at the direction of everyone else. No matter what happens from this point, you should all take these. In fact, strange symmetry to this. And he hands Brom the 2 broken halves of Chorus, just like he did when he first met them. And hands Betty the psychic dagger. No matter what happens, no matter where we go, no matter what I am after this moment, know that you all made it so much better. You made my life happier. I have never been so glad to stumble out of a doorway and find a group of people like you.
Biddy just hugs you.
As you look down, you'll notice the small squirrel at your feet, Xanderin. In a moment, you just very quickly, Ketri's arms go wide open, and even though it's not very wide because squirrels are tiny, wide open, and almost collapses, hugging your ankle.
Xanderin would look down, pick you up. There. Hey. It's okay. Parting may be sweet sorrow, but it's the time we have here that makes any of us special.
You'll see Ketri gesture and
Biddy is listening to you. I can hear you, Ketri.
quickly turning over to Biddy,
She's picking you up.
being held in your hands, see, just exhausted, just collapsing. That tiny soft butt just melts in your hand as
that's
the
all your weight.
squirrel looks back between you and Xanderin and Brom. Ketri finally feels like home.
You are home, Ketri. And we wouldn't be the same family without you.
Ketri did not know what they were for. Well, for all of it. He looks at each of you in all of those moments, kind of soaking it in, and you see these big, bright, black eyes. Just adorable, but tearing up, shining. Ketri knows who they are now. Ketri is friend. Ketri is love. Ketri never wants to lose this.
And we're not losing it today, as I cast Divine Intervention. 32 consecutive numbers, 18 times 2, 69 and up. Nice. One last roll.
Let the big dog eat.
Last Divine Intervention.
I got an inspo card.
It's my last luck.
Xanderin reaches out and takes his other hand and puts it on Brom's shoulder. You feel the cold metal softly clenching the side of your armor, firm in its purpose. It's okay. I go to be with them now. Oh, one last thing before I go. Xanderin reaches to his forehead and begins to pull a feather from it, imparted with the last few memories that he is thinking of, and places it in your hands, Brom. I'll say hello to Renwick, and I'll say hello to Toph. I'll say hello to them all. You realize what I've always known. Death isn't the end. Not really. I live on in you and your actions. In this Meteorian core, we are family. We are this IBCC, this hero, this story. It's ours. So tell that story. That way I'll live forever.
As he holds on as tight as he can, shoulder. Before he turns and looks, and he sees your sister with her hand out.
I take her hand, and slowly that ethereal energy that makes up her begins to pour through. And as I slip from physical form into ethereal, it is nothing but peace. Fading out, all that you see that remains is a gauntlet that suddenly drops to the ground. I look back, and I just nod. Owls can't smile, but if they could, this would be a beaming smile.
Before you disappear, Biddy would just look and thanks for being brave as well. I miss you. Say hi to my sister for me, please.
You were the best sister I never had, you know? Looks back at his twin as like, well, sorry.
How rude.
As you two go dancing through another thread. Rom holds Ketri, holds Biddy. I think it's time to go home. We got a book to write. Don't we?
Can't write though. I'll do it.
Don't we?
You hear the little squeaks of Ketri. I don't know what sound a squirrel makes.
Ketri says they'll draw the pictures.
Let's go home. And as darkness fades, as Meteorian Core's story does as well, as quickly as Xanderin got here, the dust over your eyelashes as that stone cracks. And the curse perpetuates on another timeline as another Xanderin takes his first steps from that stone sarcophagus. Looks like it's just me and you now, buddy.
That it is. But before I leave, there's one thing I need to do. Terrible name. And this new creature, walking out as the antithesis of what Xanderin stood for, reaches back to the remnants of that sarcophagus and takes a claw, sharp and wicked, and scratches out the name Xanderin. I will find my new name in time. And when it does appear, there will be a story. I don't think it'll end quite the same way as it did before.
And that story is for another day. Thank you all for joining us on a wild ride that we had no idea would turn into a 55-episode campaign.
And a half.
55.5.
55.5.
58 if you include the 3-shot. I mean, 58.5.
And a half.
It has been a very, very special ride for all of us, and we appreciate each and every one of you for coming along with it. We appreciate you guys being here today. There's nothing like a live show and your energy in the room, so thank you for letting us share it together. Final messages for y'all to let the community know what's going on and what you want to say.
To start off with, thank you to everybody who jumped in. I know a few of us were on the GCX charity marathon, and you helped raise some great money this year. You've done it every single year. This started as a part of GCX, and it's only appropriate that we end it here. And to everybody who has given their time, their effort, or indeed their cash dollars to support St. Jude, thank you very much. That is very much the reason why we are all here in the first place, and it's the reason this story even began. So, thank you.
I want to thank everyone for being here as well. I love playing any TTRPG because it reminds us every day how important it is for us to be players in our own story. It's easy to become NPCs where we just do small quest after small quest or hand it out to other people, but we really write our own stories. And I'm glad we got to do that together today.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you as well. And Renwick might be dead, but Jacob's still out there somewhere.
Oh, God.
He's probably buddies with mean Xanderin.
Yeah, you get to deal with whatever the evil Xanderin is. That's gonna be great.
What if evil Xanderin and evil Jacob got together?
What do you mean, evil Jacob? He's
Oh, no,
That's
he's...
just who he is. That's just
we didn't
Jacob.
get there, but he's, yeah, you know.
So just a couple of notes. If you guys would like to have a copy of this gorgeous artwork that our artist Mike Pape has done for us, you can go to shop.captainrobert.com. We have a handful of these here today. I'll be at the Nerd and Needle booth from 2:30 to 3:30 if you want to pick one up. And I will be here the rest of the weekend, so if you want one signed, I will be happy to sign that as well. And last final edition, we want to announce this weekend that Life Sam and I have launched a second channel, Baldur's Gate and Beyond, on YouTube. You guys can catch us over there for Baldur's Gate builds, news, and crossover into actual tabletop D&D. So all those wonderful builds that you're gonna make when we leave GCX to play Baldur's Gate this week, we're gonna show you how to do them on regular tabletop and beyond. So thank you all, appreciate it, be safe, have a great rest of your GCX. We love you all, thank you.
We'll write a book at some
All right,
point.
we're live on the stream now.
Oh,
So now we
hey.
can introduce our guests instead of them awkwardly standing there and being uncomfortable because we argue like a married couple, which is funny because he says Amy is just like me and I say Danielle is just like him. So essentially,
We're married.
yeah, without any of the benefits. Welcome to Star Wars and Scotch live from GCX. It's a pleasure to have you all here.
Yeah.
This has become a staple of the event since 2019.
It was so weird. We just like did
It just
on-
happened.
Yeah, you're just like, you want to talk about Star Wars?
Well, we tried to do the other thing where we talked about TV shows, and then we realized the only thing we like to talk about is Star Wars.
You ever
So
try to
that's-
do a thing about The Witcher and talk about The Witcher?
Yeah, when you only have very limited lore knowledge of it.
It's terrible.
Yeah. It's as bad as getting rid of Henry Cavill as Geralt. Don't worry, Liam will do a great job if the season ever comes to fruition. But I'd love to introduce our guests. So these are some friends of ours. We have Molly and Alex from Star Wars Explained. They were here last year. And we have our friend Chase, who we are so happy Chase was able to make it out this year. That Gay Jedi.
Yeah.
So this year, we want to talk about Ahsoka. We want to talk about the High Republic. And then, as always, we want to talk about your questions. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But the first thing I want to do is say, Tim,
Yes.
where's your costume? August 1st? Is it August 1st?
I really don't want to ruin this guy's career.
He's doing damage to yours.
I know. I got a picture. He sent me a picture. Okay,
I could
so
have
3
sent
years
you a picture
so
of a Mandalorian costume.
For those that don't know, 3 years ago, I thought it'd be really cool to get a Mandalorian cosplay outfit. And so someone reached out and they're like, oh yeah, this guy works with, LucasArts and like all that stuff. I'm like, all right, cool. And then the pandemic happened. And I was like, all right. So, a few $1,000s later, in 3 years, I might have it before Kyler's birthday.
Yeah, because you were talking about coming in cosplay last GCX.
Yes, and the GC and the one
there
before.
was-
Well, we had the idea of coming for that one, and then
Yes.
the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
So it doesn't exist right now.
Next year, for sure, next year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that bet.
I'll take it to Tokyo.
Ooh.
In 2025.
Yeah, I
Star
might
Wars
have it by
celebration.
then.
Anybody? We got 1, 2, 3. All right, we'll see all 3 of you there in Tokyo. But let's start off with Ahsoka. So in a few weeks from now, we'll be introduced to a new series, which we're all very excited about.
Yeah. Rebels Live.
It's essentially, at the end of the day, we're getting Rebels live action.
Yeah.
So this is the part of the show where we just speculate to no end, and none of it comes to fruition. But I am interested to see what you all think. We've spoken to you, Chase, about it a bit in detail. But Alex and Molly, I know you've given stuff on your YouTube channel, but I'd love to hear, we can start with Molly. What are you expecting from a story advancement, especially under the idea that this is going to lead to a bigger movie with potentially Boba Fett and Xanderin and all of these characters from that New Republic early era. So what are your expectations of the show on a very general level?
I just really want to know what Thrawn and Ezra have been up to.
Yeah.
Like, have they just been hanging out, becoming besties? I don't know. Like, I'm interested to see if this show goes into Ahsoka's backstory, or if they just like go full speed ahead into what's happening from now on. And like a lot of people know who Thrawn is, but are they going to go into his backstory, like from the books? And are they going to bring in stuff from Legends? Who knows? What do you think?
Well, first of all, am I the only one here that cares about the integrity of this show?
I went to get some more, but go ahead.
It's called Star Wars and Scotch. Yeah. And
My man. Fantastic.
I'm just going to pour 5 little glasses, and you don't have to drink it, but I'm going to drink mine.
You have a great taste as well. That's like my favorite.
Oh, good.
Belvini's
That's-
fantastic.
I brought it for you.
Thank you.
That's the one that's on my desk behind.
It's good.
That
What
I
kind of
drink.
scotch does Thrawn drink?
Oh, perhaps he drinks whatever he thinks will help him understand the culture of the group he's trying to destroy. He wants to drink a scotch to learn how to destroy his enemies. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how they handle this story, not just from Legends, but also with everything that happens in Rebels for people who have not seen the show. And how are they going to catch people like my parents up who they just watch the live action stuff? And there's the trailers alone, I'm like, they're really diving into Rebels.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they're going to fill in maybe the more casual viewer of Star Wars.
So Disney Plus, in my opinion, has done a really good job of keeping casual viewers interested. Do you think, because we look at it from a much different lens than the casual viewer, like the one I always go to is my wife. My wife loves Mandalorian, loves Book of Boba Fett. I couldn't dream of getting her to watch Rebels anytime because it's animated, and for some reason there's that disconnect there.
Yeah.
So do you think that we're overanalyzing it as super fans and that it is palatable to? Because we're looking for everything in those trailers.
Yeah.
Like, we're like, are they Dark Jedi? What are they? You know, like, to them it's just, oh, that's the bad guy, you know? So do you think we overanalyze these things as super fans?
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Absolutely.
That's what we do for a
That's
living.
our job.
But in a fun way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
For me though, I don't really like the Heir to the Empire Thrawn, and I really like the new Timothy Zahn version of Thrawn with Ascendancy. And so, like, how do you feel about them going back towards Heir to the Empire?
Well, I don't really see them as totally different characters. What do you dislike about
So for me, like going through Thrawn's journey through the Ascendancy and seeing like all of that for his house, it felt like there was so much based around the Ascendancy and his dedication to them. And even in the original trilogy that was tied to Rebels, he always was thinking about the Ascendancy. And even the Emperor even saw that. He was like, he knew that he was getting ready to backstab him. But I always thought that was because he was doing that for the Ascendancy. And this version of Thrawn, at least how they're portraying it, seems like he's going to be taking over the Empire for himself.
I'm expecting that it's going to be kind of like he is just going to be treated as the villain in the show, and then Timothy Zahn will probably come and write another 3 books.
I love his books.
Yeah,
so,
I do
mean,
too. And then this will be like Timothy Zahn saying, here were Thrawn's real motivations, and it will all tie to the Ascendancy and stuff. But in the show, I think he's just going to be the original Heir to the Empire trilogy villain.
Yeah, just a good bad guy.
It seems though every trilogy Thrawn changes. Like you said, real motivations.
Yeah.
Every trilogy we get, it seems the motivations are shifting and changing and becoming different. And so I even feel within the show, are we going to see another thing that didn't see that coming? Because he's 10 steps ahead of us at all times. The audience, whoever his adversary is. So I feel like there's more to unpack there. And if Dave's movie is what this is all leading up to, then I feel like Thrawn's not the ultimate bad guy at the end of all of this in Dave's movie. I feel like there's other things at play here. So how does Thrawn fit into that is the way I'm looking at it. So Chase, we haven't asked you anything yet. When it comes to the Rebels crew that we know so well at this point, I'll ask my favorite question. I asked this to Tim. Do you think we see a little Jason Syndulla? Is that his name? Jason Syndulla, right?
Jason.
Yeah. That picture Alex posted yesterday of possibly Jason in the cockpit was very exciting. I think, honestly, we will get Jason, and I think that he'll kind of serve as a nice emotional connection for the hardcore fans that are fans of Kanan, and like we don't have Kanan, so it'll be nice to kind of have him through Jason. That's what I assume they'll do if they bring Jason. I was mostly surprised in the trailer though, like at how much emotion was between Sabine and Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Like the emotion they packed into that trailer, I just didn't see that relationship being a focus, and I didn't honestly think it would grab my attention the way it did. But during that trailer, I was like, oh, like Sabine has had feelings that we didn't necessarily get to experience, like through her lens, through Rebels, that we're really gonna get like unpacked through Ahsoka. I hope so. Like that was like really interesting part of the trailer for me.
So bringing up Sabine, Tim.
Yeah.
Is she training is she force sensitive? We'll start there.
I mean, she whips out a lightsaber and she calls Ahsoka master. So like, there's a part of me that really feels like she's force sensitive to a certain degree.
Whipping out the lightsaber wouldn't really be the end all be all there. It's the calling her master that I was like, wait a minute.
That really threw me, because like her pulling out the lightsaber could be the equivalent of like Finn pulling out
And
Luke's
she's
lightsaber.
done it. Didn't she do it in Rebels?
She used, I mean, she had the dark saber, so she
Yeah.
was trained on how to use a lightsaber. So like, I get it, but her calling Ahsoka master, that was
a
the
big deal.
hook where I was like, okay, continue.
I felt a sense of sarcasm a little bit when she
Yeah.
said it, so I can't tell if she was being facetious by saying that or not. Like, I won't be upset if she's force sensitive, but at this moment in time, I don't really think that she is. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. My opinions are about to get much stronger.
Good. I mean, at the end of the day, there is nothing better than sitting around with your friends and a drink and arguing about. Last night, not completely Star Wars related, but nerd related.
Oh, God.
We were at one of the bars, and Mike, if you all know my friend Mike, he's one of the security guards, said that Samwise Gamgee is annoying.
Oh. No.
And I went, so you don't think he's the hero of the story? Buckle up, buddy, because for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to explain to you why Samwise Gamgee is the reason that Middle-earth survives. I hope he hears the clapping. But that's what we love to do. I mean, that's the camaraderie, is let's have a drink, let's argue about our favorite nerd thing. And with him, I mean,
What?
You think we talk about it? No, we get together, we'll be out with the kids and stuff, and we just start going at each other on Star
All the
Wars
time.
stuff.
It's a very unhealthy relationship.
Like we said, it's a marriage without all the benefits. Back to Ahsoka. So, as far as other characters from the live-action show, we know at this point Disney loves to intertwine our friends from other series. Are we going to see anybody, this is for three of you, else from the other Disney Plus series? Are we going to see anyone from Rebels maybe come alive for the first time? What are your thoughts on that?
It definitely wouldn't surprise me if more Mandoverse characters appeared. I kind of hope they hold back on it because there are so many new characters in.
You're
not thirsty?
Go for it.
Okay, got it. I'm trying to talk about Star Wars. So I think that they have enough on their plate, enough new characters that they don't need to have like a bunch of cameos as well, but I'm sure that they're holding stuff back from the trailers that we haven't seen.
I would love to get live action Hondo.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God. Okay,
It's
but they
funny
have that in the
we
ride.
have it at
yes.
Disney.
Yeah.
He's in the ride. Like
He's in the ride as an animatronic. He's sorry if you haven't been on the ride, but
Sorry, spoilers.
sorry you're not rich and can't go to Disney. No, but it's been there for like 4 years. Come on, we're talking about Smuggler's Run, the Millennium Falcon ride. So also I said Falcon because my son keeps saying, "Daddy, why does Han say Falcon instead of Falcon?" Just the way he talks, bud. There's an animatronic when you go into the waiting room and he's there and he's talking and it's awesome because if you're an old school fan, it's like, oh my God, it's Hondo. And then he appears on the screen. So for every Disney Plus series, because of that, I think Tim and I have been like, he's going to be in this one.
Yeah.
He's going to be in this one. He's going to be. But this would be the perfect one to bring him in because this is
Because Rebels.
his cast of
Because
characters.
Rebels, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
he's in
yeah, I
Rebels
like
a
that
lot.
one.
He's got a history with Ahsoka. I also think he would be really fun in Skeleton Crew since that's
Yes.
going to have a
Yeah.
pirate vibe to it. And
Yeah.
he just like he has so many fun relationships with like Katuni in the Clone Wars, Ezra in Star Wars Rebels. He's got a soft spot for
Yeah.
like young scrappy kids. So I think he could come in and help the Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good character I would like to see. Anyone else?
I think Hondo would be my number one. I'm interested to see if we get Zeb because we did see him in Mando. Like, I'm
Yeah.
wondering if like they showed us him in Mando just to be like, he's here, but he's here and not going to be in Ahsoka.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think Zeb will be in it, and he'll probably bring like Carson Teva, Trapper Wolf, like all of those pilots along.
to loop that story because that just feels like a loose end. I know it's going to play into whatever because of the future for Mandalorian, but right now it feels like a loose end.
Yeah.
So it would really loop that around to the current era.
Do you think we'll get a Force Ghost Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Oh my God.
For him to come in and be live action Kanan, I would love that.
Yeah, I think it would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I would like to see that. I think the question would be though, who would have taught him? Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
that's been a big thing in Star Wars. Is that it
I
has
don't know,
to
but
be
he also
taught.
had that like the link with the wolves.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
feel like there's something like more there. Because then we correct me if I'm wrong, but we never got a great backstory for him. right? No, like we don't really know a lot about him.
Like how he became a Force ghost?
No, for like just his journey all the way up. We don't know a lot of that, do we?
We've seen him like as a kid in the animated
Bad Batch.
series in
Yeah,
Bad Batch.
we
and
see
There's
him
Bad Batch.
experience Order 66.
He had a comic. There was a novel that took place in between Order 66 and Rebels, but there's a pretty big gap
There's
there.
still a lot of gap there.
There's
so-
still plenty that they could fill out.
Yeah, there's something there.
But that would be, he was saying he communicated with Yoda in the show. I feel like that would be more Yoda than Kanan.
Well, for the Force Ghost aspect of it, I
Yes.
think they've already kind of opened that door in The Rise of Skywalker by having Kanan's voice be
Yes,
there,
he's a part of
having
the
a
living
bunch
Force.
of Jedi be
Yeah.
there. And there's always been the lingering question of like, well, who taught Anakin?
Right.
And there might be something about the fact that Yoda and Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan kind of opened the door to the cosmic force that
sure.
maybe they can bring people back or something.
Throw them a buoy.
So it's like learned.
Yeah. They're
Learn-
picking and choosing, like, Kiadi Mundi, you can stay out there. But Kanan Jarrus, come on.
Come on.
So it's kind of like a learned in death situation because they were able to achieve it. So like you said, it's more of a door than
Oh
a
man, Jedi limbo where they just sit there forever.
Jedi purgatory.
Yeah. God, that's really deep. That's
All
where
right.
all baptized Jedi go. Sorry.
Do you guys think we're going to see any of the World Between Worlds in live action?
Yeah, Filoni just did a interesting, or at least I saw an interesting interview with Filoni. He was actually talking about the world between worlds, like the veil, and he's like, "This is just, it's a connecting point for all time. Like everything exists in this one focal point." And I thought that was really interesting because there really wasn't an explanation for like how that worked. Because it's really just like it's an audio representation. Because Ezra's walking around the circle and you're hearing all of these instances from like before and after and during. And so like that's really just like the center point where all time flows into it. So it's deep.
Yeah.
And
We've talked about it. Do you think if they do start to dive deeper into that, it opens up the door to I know it's taboo to say what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it, a Star Wars multiverse at that point. I don't want that for the record.
I think they did that so that they didn't have a multiverse. So instead of it existing in multi-planes, it all came to one point instead.
I agree with that 100%. And I also think like if they do choose to explore the world between worlds, I feel like it's a really good way. I think of this show as like one of the most strongly connective tissue of shows we've had where we're like there's Anakin name drops, we're also talking about Thrawn, we're talking about the future of like the Rebel Alliance. Like it's such like I think of it as like a sponge, and it's like widening out and filling up the past and the future. And like a good way to sort of address that's such a huge time span, and a good way to address all those things is through something like the World Between Worlds, because you can like address like the expansiveness of time and kind of talk about all these things happening all over the timeline. So I could see them using it, and I think that would be like a good way for them to like address everything that's kind of this show is touching.
I love the world between worlds, but it is one of those concepts that scares me because the more you dive into it, I feel like the more people will think it's time travel or multiverse or this, and I don't think it's any of those things. I think the way we saw it in Rebels was very much, this is what happened, and Ezra didn't change time by saving Ahsoka. She was always saved by Ezra in that moment, and he could not have saved Kanan because we saw that no one saved Kanan in Star Wars Rebels. So I am afraid that they could change those rules because I don't want time travel in Star Wars on that degree. I don't want a multiverse. But I want them to keep on occasionally dabbling in the world between worlds because it's weird and cool.
It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around what works and what doesn't work as far as the world between worlds is concerned.
Well, I think that like, originally we had thought like this is how they were going to fix all of the EU stuff. They were going to use that, but now it seems like that they have cleared that up by just making it this lore, like the.
Yeah, I mean, you and me talk about it all the time. Everyone acts like they have amnesia, like, oh, the EU was perfect and there was no continuity issues. I'm like, the EU was a mess.
Yeah.
It was like 3 different versions of stories and characters and, you know, solidifying it into one timeline, you know, essentially whether you like everything Disney has done or not, I understand because I don't love everything either, but at least we understand this is the story that is being told, you know, and we can build on it. And there's thousands of years of storytelling to fit in there, so it's not like we're going to run out of time. We say every year about the Old Republic, we're waiting. They're going to wait till it's a rainy day and pull it out. Maybe the game, the remake, if we ever see that, is the kickoff of that, portion of storytelling, which we can segue perfectly now into the High Republic. So last year we had Sawyer, we had Mark Thompson up here with us, and we were all raving about the High Republic. We thought it was great, it was wonderful, and backstage we were going over what we were going to talk about. And if you've listened to the last few episodes of Star Wars and Scotch, Tim and I have not really been high on the High Republic lately.
So bored.
Yeah, the last few books, I think the peak was the wedding.
It was the wedding.
Yeah.
I will always say that in
between
phase
Ziri
2.
and I forget his name, Fontuzen.
Yep.
And that was like the peak of it, and then everything just started to collapse from there. So I wanted to ask you three. I think we talked about this with you, Chase, on the show. So we'll ask Alex and Molly. Do you feel like Phase 2's direction was a mistake because we had just been introduced to these amazing new characters, and now we've gone farther back in time, and we don't have resolution with those characters. So do you think it was a mistake to mess with the timeline in that manner of storytelling?
I don't think it was a mistake, and I understand why they wanted to go back further to get into some of the lore behind who eventually become the villains from Phase 1. I just feel like Phase 2 lost a lot of people because we got to know and love so many characters in Phase 1, and then none of them are around anymore. Almost none of them are around anymore. So I think if they just shortened Phase 2 by a lot and then quickly moved on to Phase 3 to get back to those characters, I think that would have been better. But personally, I skipped a lot of Phase 2 because it wasn't holding my attention, but I still love the High Republic, and I can't wait to get back to, Buriaga and, figure out what happened to a lot of the characters after Starlight Beacon fell.
Yeah. I also feel like the Mother is a super weak villain in comparison to Markion and, the Drengir.
Well, it's interesting because it is supposed to be like you want the villains to get stronger and stronger, but since we went back in time, she should be a little weaker, but it feels just odd in the pacing where, we had so much momentum coming out of the Fallen Star, and then we go back and it just feels like this detour, but I don't want to call it a mistake because I trust the authors, and I feel like I hope we're going to get a lot of payoff in Phase 3. That we're going to be like, oh, I am glad I read that. I think it's interesting that you felt Convergence was the stronger book. I loved Cataclysm. That was my favorite from Phase 2. But
Cataclysm's been fun. I'm halfway through it, and so but it definitely got to a point where I started to check out. The stuff with Yaddle was fun for a bit, but I just even her Padawan that she was with, it was. It just felt like there was a lot of just extra stuff that they were throwing on top that I couldn't connect with because it felt like so much. Like you said, Molly, we got so connected to these characters in Phase 1, and we had to kind of leave all that behind and then go and relearn all this stuff for Phase 2, and then now knowing we have to leave that behind and go back to Phase 1. So it's just I got to a point where I just stopped remembering who these characters were. I couldn't even recall them fast enough just because I just lost that care.
It's interesting, the Tales of Light and Life book that's going to come out on September 5th. They had it at Comic-Con, so we were able to pick up a copy, and it kind of bridges the gap. It's short stories about characters from Phases 1, 2, and 3, and so I read through that, and it really did highlight how much I missed the Phase 1 characters.
Yeah.
Because you start in Phase 2 with the short stories, and as I was reading more, it starts to get back into the fall of Starlight Beacon, and then you start moving beyond it, and I was like, this is what I've been wanting and missing, and it feels really good to get back to them.
I don't understand how we can get to the end of Phase 1 at such a high point where it's everyone's dead, we see what Markion's doing, he's gotten rid of everybody, there's these droids, and it's just him, and then we just leave it right there. That is just the biggest bait I felt like in the world, because it's just I'm ready for the next thing. Yeah. And so it's that's what Kevin and I were talking about. It felt like Phase 2 was used as a buffer time for them to continue expanding on what they have already done. And so it felt like it was kind of an afterthought just to kind of get them through so that they could get to Phase 3.
I actually do have some thoughts on that because I wonder if they had 5 authors and I feel like knocked Phase 1 out of the park.
Yeah.
But they all wrote so much, and then they brought in a bunch of new authors who largely handled Phase 2, and I wonder if that was so the initial authors could really focus on Phase 3.
Yeah. That's how it feels. Because even the writing is just like, it's just the pacing, just the tones, it's all so different from phase one. So I think that also led to the disconnect too. Just the way that they told those stories. And if it wasn't for the audiobooks, I probably would have never even touched it, because it's just like those really sold out. Like the wedding, like that scene was portrayed so well by Mark, and like all the extra like audio that was added on top of it.
Did you
was
listen to that
wonderful.
scene in the Audible? The music, the atmosphere, it was an epic Star Wars moment.
The audiobooks are so good. If you've never listened to one, you've got to check them out, because it's like listening to an audio drama. They have like sound effects and music. It's incredible.
The Lorna D one, phenomenal, because it had all of the voice actors from all the different ones, and they all come together and they're all doing their characters, and it's like a radio show performance. It's so great.
Cataclysm, I felt like told a good story. You said you liked it better, so I want to touch on that. I felt like it took too long to get to the point. That was my, like, Dalna in the last, like, 20 chapters or whatever. It was like, all right already, like, finish the battle. We know who wins. Like, get to the point. Closed fist. Yeah, that whole thing. And I just felt like I was listening to this audio drama, and it was droning on, and we never got to the point of, like, the battle. So I feel like I fatigued on it, if that makes sense. And now I'm on Path of Vengeance, and I'm like, oh, my God, we're going back in time inside of going back in time. So I'm like, I guess I'm losing my patience, if you will. So I'm on the verge of like looking for a YouTube video as a recap.
Path of Vengeance does have some wild stuff in it. Like, it has the most that I think is going to connect back to Phase 3 as far as the Nameless and where they come from and all that.
There's interesting tidbits. I think the conversations in the book are a little long. And there's characters that I feel like haven't been properly established too, that I'm supposed to remember. And at this point, it's Phase 1 characters, Phase 2 characters, Phase 2 minor characters, Phase 2 major. It's just becoming a lot. And I liked your answer, because it's what they always do with Star Wars. It's like, we're going to give you the information, and then all of the clarifying information will come later, and we'll come around and make a complete story 10 years later. But yeah, I think the reason I'm pushing myself through it is because I want the satisfaction in Phase 3 when the dots are connected and it's a full story. So
I think it will definitely pay off in the end. And like, especially once Phase 3 is over with, I think I might go back and revisit some stuff that I skipped in Phase 2, just so that I can connect all those dots after the fact.
who's ready for question time? One person.
Who's got questions?
Who's got questions? I can come to you. That way. You have to say your name and where you're from, too.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ty Tano. I'm from North Carolina, but I live here in the Davenport, Florida area. So with the Mandoverse, essentially, of shows, I feel like Ahsoka has opportunity to kind of steep more into Jedi mysticism aspect that we haven't gotten a feel for that for a while. So I was wondering, do you think that we'll get any callbacks to the Mortis arc or the daughter when it comes to Ahsoka?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we've seen Morai, the Convor, floating around, and she was in Ahsoka's episode in The Mandalorian. So I think Dave Filoni's already seeding that, and that alone is a connection back to the daughter. Then one of the trailers showed Ahsoka like exploring some ruins, and it just looked very Mortis-y to me. So.
Yeah, I mean, if we go into the world between worlds at all, you know, the mother, daughter, or brother, daughter,
father. Well, the mother is something completely different. She's terrifying.
Abeloth, yeah.
Oh my God.
They were all on that mural, you know, where the portal came, and so I think they would have to revisit some of that stuff, and I would love for them to explore the Mortis arc a little bit more, because that is where some of the really juicy, weird Jedi Force lore comes from.
I definitely feel like I am trying to keep my expectations based, because like that is my favorite arc ever in any Star Wars. So like I can't even like let myself go there. But I do like the idea of them sort of having Ahsoka go on this more spiritual journey throughout the show, and then kind of ending it up with that brother, sister, father stuff. Because I think, especially with the Anakin name drops, like that is one part of like Anakin and Ahsoka's story that they really have not talked about since it happened, and it was kind of crazy. So
she died.
I feel like no one wants to address
she died.
it. Yeah, right. So I could see them kind of having her like that be a part of her arc that gets maybe like more brought out like at the end of season 1, and something that's more deeply explored in season 2, because that would be such like everyone's already kind of excited about the show, but like imagine if they like really set up like that crazy like mystical stuff at the end of season 1, then everyone would be like hungry for season 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would love to see them kind of have that spiritual journey for her.
Especially for people who haven't seen the Clone Wars and
Yes.
are just
Yeah.
watching
Yes.
Ahsoka,
Right.
and they'll be like, "What is going on?"
Yeah.
One question on that note before we take this question here. The star maps, are those the star maps we're familiar from KOTOR and other Old Republic games?
At least it looks like it's inspired by KOTOR. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's going to have ties to that stuff, but that'd be cool.
It'd be really
Yeah.
cool.
That was pretty cool.
How you doing? Josh Spain from San Antonio, Texas. So we pretty much know that Ahsoka's pretty much a Rebel season 5. With the title being Ahsoka, do you feel that there might be any finality towards Ahsoka's story?
Ooh. I hope not. God. I mean, she's like one of the most beloved characters in the fandom. So like, I feel like it'd be really
Yeah.
hard for them to just be like, nope, that's it, you're done. Like, I would assume like she continues to live on, but yeah, what's your tie-in to episode 7, 8, and 9? So at some point, yeah, she's probably gone. So maybe that's how they lay her to rest. Yeah, I mean, like that. I didn't really think about that.
I
Yeah.
think she's got a lot to come, like a lot ahead of her. I don't think Filoni's gonna get into this show.
That's his baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ahsoka is Filoni's baby, so he might have an end in mind for her, but I think it's a long ways away.
We also had the Filoni Ahsoka Gandalf tweet. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
That's-
Ahsoka the White. Yeah.
I was going to bring that up, and I do think Filoni has an end in mind. And to bring it back to Mortis, she has a connection with with the daughter, like
Yeah.
a strong spiritual connection. So I'm like, I think Filoni, with all of his Gandalf connections, I think he has a big mythological final end point for Ahsoka eventually, where maybe she could become the new daughter or something. But I think that's a ways off. I don't think that'll be in season 1 of Ahsoka.
Maybe she becomes the new Bendu.
Yeah,
Thank
something.
God.
Oh, wow.
But it's just like her consciousness floats into like this giant mammoth
tree.
thinking- Yeah.
Okay, so I teed this up for you guys, most of you guys yesterday, but Rogue Squadron should be a TV show, not a movie. So I kind of talk a little bit of that, and then the second part of that, I think it's related, would be what would be your wish list, other thing to kind of do along with it? Like, what else would you want to see in then move on? And they haven't announced yet. Like, I would like to see, fill in the blank.
I would love to see Night Sister
I was
stuff.
gonna say the same
More
thing.
Night
Yep.
Sisters, please. If
Yep.
you played the Jedi Fallen Order or Survivor games, I love Marin. And I think there's a plethora of lore behind the Night Sisters and like their connection to the Force and Night Sister magic that is just waiting to be tapped. There's such a cool story there.
I think Elsbeth is a Night Sister. I think we're going to see some Night Sister stuff in Ahsoka.
I hope
That's
so.
my tinfoil hat on that. I loved the X-Wing books growing up, so I'm totally with you on anything Rogue Squadron. I was so psyched for a movie. I'd be more psyched probably for a show because I think that kind of serialized storytelling would be wonderful. I don't know what they would do now because they can't really do what they did in the first 4 X-Wing books because Coruscant, we know how it falls now. I was into the idea that we could still have Dennis Lawson be Wedge and maybe passing on the torch to a new Rogue Squadron. But then I'm like, that's so close to what Top Gun Maverick was. So maybe they're like, I don't know what to do now.
I think it would do really well though if that's what it was.
I'd be happy with it.
I was definitely going to say Night Sisters. I would love for them to have their own show. But then I think about another thing I would love is like a feature-length anime project. Like a full film would be so awesome because Visions is so exciting and so gorgeous in 100 different ways. So to be able to like give a studio permission to just make an entire feature-length film and maybe even have it be canon, that'd be great. Like I would love something like that. I think that'd be really rad.
I guess the second part of that would, because I love that idea, but I would love the freedom not for it to be canon too.
Right.
Like it doesn't. Visions is so great because it doesn't have to be burdened by canon.
Yeah.
Totally.
And it has that freedom. So I'd love to see more Visions content, but without the burden of canon if it needs to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then for me, I would like to see a full like Ninth Jedi.
Yeah.
Like just to play on with Visions. Like Ninth Jedi was by far still, even after Phase 2 or Season 2 for Visions, I still really like the Ninth Jedi. I think that's the whole idea of being so far into the future and like the Jedi are just a whisper. Like that whole idea of just like relearning everything and like picking up from nothing, I think is great. And then I think you're totally right with an episodic version of a Rogue Squadron, or that would be so much better than just a 2-hour movie, because there's so much complexity when it comes to that part of Star Wars that is like, it's really cool to see on screen, but there's so much more to it. And the video game was fantastic. It really just gives you this whole insight into what it's like to be a pilot for the Republic. And so they definitely need to focus on that more. Because like you and I were talking about it last night, like there's like the A-Wings and the Y-Wings and the X-Wings and the B-Wings. There's so many things that are out there, and they kind of just get glossed over.
Yeah, if we got a Battlestar Galactica, but for Star Wars.
Exactly.
I would love that.
Yeah.
The Alphabet Squadron books, if they used that as kind of a thematic template, like I don't want them to adapt that story one-to-one, but just that kind of tone and feel, but in a live-action story, would be so cool. Just really exploring what war is like in Star Wars for these people who are not Force-sensitive. They're just trying to do their best. I'd love that.
And they did a good job of showcasing that in Andor.
Yeah.
Just like
God,
and even like Rogue Squadron, like the dark nitty gritty, like what it's like to be in war, and then seeing it from their perspective is just, it makes it so much more surreal.
And especially when they're non like Force users, it really also like lights a fire under your ass as like under your butt as like a human being, because I'm also not Force sensitive. So to see people like living in the Star Wars galaxy and dealing with war is, as like a non-Force user, again, like I think it makes it that much more compelling as a viewer.
You can relate to it.
Yeah.
How much pilot cosplay, Alex, would we get if we got a Rogue Squadron movie?
What? I spent the whole time looking for you.
I said, how much pilot cosplay would we get from you if we got a Rogue Squadron show or movie?
I've wanted to do. There's so many cosplays I want to do, and I just don't know how to sew. And I need to learn how to sew.
But your Biggs one with the mustache is like 10 of
like
10.
your wedge is fantastic.
Oh yeah, that was just store bought. It looked great on the camera.
Took you a while to grow the mustache, but it was worth it.
Yeah, the mustache takes me a while to grow.
My buddy Grayson over here has a question.
If there were a flashback of Darth Vader when he was a kid, I don't know if there will be that. I want to see if there will be.
Have you seen Phantom Menace? Because I can tell your dad that you got to watch Phantom Menace.
Okay.
I mean, your dad's the one that doesn't like Samwise Gamgee, so I'll do my best, but... Thanks, Grayson. Who else? 1, 2, 3.
Hi, I'm Quaden. I'm from northern Minnesota. Long flights here. Somebody said star maps. I got all excited. Do you guys think it would be useful or palatable, or are you on board with an actual film adaptation of the original KOTOR story? Or is that, do you think that's out of the realm of things that people will actually like? I think it's cool because it's completely free of canon, because it's thousands of years ago and they can do whatever they want. I just wondered what your guys' opinions on that were.
I give you mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like we saw at Celebration that they announced the Dawn of the Jedi. So I feel like as much as I would love to have KOTOR, I think they're going to have to establish what Dawn of the Jedi is first before we can actually get to KOTOR, unfortunately. Because I don't think we can go KOTOR and then do Dawn of the, because I feel like we've kind of done that with High Republic, and it just gets really confusing as we keep going backwards. I would like to start from the beginning and then work our way up instead.
I also feel like Revan is such a big deal.
Yeah.
To the hardcore fan
so you
base.
really have to build up that story to get to that point for it to really make sense.
And he'll only be that more popular when the remake finally
Most
releases,
definitely.
because new generations will get to enjoy that story. So.
And I still fervently believe that KOTOR, the way that they're going to intro that, is it has to be the video game. If they do it in any other medium, if they do it with a book or they do it with a show first, you're going to tick off a bunch of people.
Well, KOTOR is interesting because it's a wonderful story that everyone had their own relationship with that story.
Yeah.
Like, spoilers, but you're I don't want to spoil it even though it's so long ago, but like there's a twist in it, and it's very important to the way you played the game. And so for them to come and say, like, this is the one canon version of how it went down, which they did do in Legends, but yeah, I agree that hopefully the video game does a good job of reintroducing all that stuff. It might not necessarily be canon, but I think it's hard to come down and decide, like, this is the definitive version of who Revan is and what they did in their time in the galaxy when everyone had a different version of those events.
It's the greatest twist over here. It's the greatest twist in video game history. Period. End of sentence. Not Star Wars. Video game history.
Yeah.
And anyone is welcome to come to the bar and challenge me on that later.
And you've also made a great point, Kevin, that you can have a canonical version that you play through that is laid out, like it's cement, like that's how it is. And then you can also have your normal, like the way that I played KOTOR like 15 years ago.
Yeah. That's what Alex was saying. Like, Legends had its own canon version of it at the time, which they brought into SWOTOR. You know, we learned that Mitra Surik was a certain character, and we learned that Revan was a certain character. Although the face thing in SWOTOR was so dumb with Revan, but the less we talk about, the better.
Hi, my name's Joey. I'm from New Jersey. Fun Theorycraft. With the Veil of the Force, how would you feel like if a dark user or the Empire grabbed Emperor Palpatine from it? Because since Ezra grabbed Ahsoka, that's kind of like how it linked the Empire coming back from into the First Order idea.
Anytime I think about any dark-sided people being able to use the Veil of the Force, I get very nervous and I shut down. So I'm like, I don't know. They cannot take up that space. I do not allow it.
That's dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. I do love them like using something like that though as like a pressure point to build tension in a show. Like I think like this idea of like all the stormtroopers camped out outside like the portal wall thing. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering a lot of words, but I like this idea of there being kind of like a space race for the world between worlds. You know what I mean? Like and that being a really high point of tension. So I think it's a really fun idea.
Had a very like Indiana Jones kind of vibe.
Yes.
I'm curious if, because we're about to get, from a certain point of view, a book for Return of the Jedi, and there's a Palpatine story in that, and I'm really curious if they're going to go into what happened after Vader threw him over and we all thought he was dead. Like, are they going to go into details on like how he went from there to Exegol, and did he use some sort of veil or world between worlds to do that?
We have that answer.
I hope not.
It's somehow.
Where did you go?
I'm over here.
Keeps
hey.
teleporting around.
I want to look at you when you're talking, and I'm.
Well, if I do this, does it make it really awesome?
Oh, that'll really. Yeah.
No, it's just somehow. That's the answer to that question, by the way.
Okay, so I'm Lynn. I don't know anything Star Wars. I'm just here to cause chaos. So I need to know what Tim and Kevin argue about the most when it comes to Star Wars.
The Empire did nothing wrong.
Oh man.
Tim really likes the space Nazis, and I don't.
Okay, it was fun to say that until Andor happened, and then I was like, oh no.
Oh yeah,
they really
Tim.
are space Nazis.
Is this cool? You enjoying this? Watching them beat people in the streets?
It was a fun thing to run with for a little bit, because like there's a couple books, and you're like, I see where they were going with this. Okay, I can kind of get it, and then you're like, oh, genocide. Oh, yeah.
Maybe I should rethink this. Gar Saxon has a question for you.
Hi, it's going to be like a major point of conversation, the worlds between worlds in Ahsoka. A lot of rumors as we get closer to the show are coming out of Anakin, seeing Anakin on Mustafar, battling Obi-Wan. It's coming out. Don't know if it's true, it's just rumors. But as we go into those stories and possibly changing stories, are we going to have possibly end of season 2 Mando, Grogu, where like it's really significant, emotions are high, you know, Pedro Pascal's crying, and then Book of Boba Fett, they're back together. Like kills the tension, kills the emotion of the scene. Could we possibly be having that with the world between worlds and changing stories?
Oh God, I hope not.
Well, that's like why I love the World Between Worlds, but I'm scared if they're going to use it and how they'll use it. But from what I think I understand of what Dave Filoni said originally, you can't change things with the World Between Worlds. That's not what it is. It's a window to stuff that has already happened. I don't look into rumors or leaks, so I don't know what you're specifically bringing up. But from what Dave Filoni has said in the past, maybe he'll change it. But I think that it's just there's one timeline in Star Wars. There is no multiverse or offshoot. So I'm not worried about using the World Between Worlds to change things.
I don't think they're I don't think they're gonna use it to retcon anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think people assume that though because of the one scene of Ezra pulling Ahsoka through the portal.
Right.
We all assume that she dies, and then we come to find out it was like, no, Ezra saved her. But like, I think that's that one little frame that everyone just assumes like you can mess with time.
Yeah. Well, it's like I do think Ezra could have jumped through the portal and then been like, surprise, Darth Vader, I'm here. And like, he could have done that.
Yeah.
But we just didn't know because we didn't get to see that whole scene. So basically, if you go back and you watch season 2 finale of Star Wars Rebels, those temple doors close and you assume Ahsoka's dead. But like, right immediately after, Ezra pulls her through a portal.
But Ezra was on the other side of that door too at the same time. So
Exactly.
it's like it's hard for you to understand that he occupied the same space at the same time in two different portions.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
It's really
kind of
hard
like
to
that whole
describe.
like Doc Brown and Marty seeing himself kind of thing. You're
Yeah.
like, you're gonna mess everything up, Marty.
So basically, yeah, World Between Worlds operates under Terminator rules and not Back to the Future rules.
Yeah.
You can't go back and change things, but you can go back.
Yeah.
But it will always be like Kyle Reese goes back and he is the father of John Connor. He didn't change anything.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
did I just make it more confusing? I don't know.
Let's talk about Vader being in there and seeing Padme's death and not being able to interact with it and then destroying it, so Palpatine couldn't use it.
I didn't catch all
That's
that.
I mean, that's drama. I love that. That sounds fun.
It's in a comic that Vader finds the World Between Worlds
Oh.
and watches Padme die, but he can't go through the portal and save her. So
I gotta
he
read that.
watches and suffers, and then destroys that connection so Palpatine can't use it.
Huh.
Oh.
It's essentially solidifying what you're saying is that it can't be changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, show them the helmet.
Nice.
Ooh. That's really good. And I like that you have like the tuxedo bottom too.
Yeah, it's a bad guy, so Tim
That's
loves
really
it.
good. It's more than what I have.
I had a question. Thank you. So I had a question. This is more of a theory of in the future. Do you think there is ever going to be a point in time where the Jedi and Sith balance of the Force and users of the Force just no longer exists, and it just becomes you are a Force user and you have whatever you have access to, and like there's no more good, bad, light, dark, and it just is there.
So
And
they're all
that's-
gray Jedi, is that what you're saying?
You can.
I just want to be really
discuss what you
controversial,
wanna.
sorry.
I don't know if TJ's here or not. I like listen.
I think there's always going to be dark and light
Yeah.
because there has to be balance. Like you can't really do balance if you don't have the two sides to balance with, you know?
Well, they talk a lot about that in the High Republic right now, like the constantly to the
Path of the Open Hand.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just like, there's so many of them. Like they're constantly talking about balance and how like the Jedi are skewing that balance because they're using the Force. So I think you're right. It's that balance, that yin and yang, is always going to exist. If it was just one unified thing, then the Force would just completely fall apart. It needs that balance to exist.
But I do like the idea of them sort of like unifying as like not organizations, but as like bigger groups of people, but then like they aren't monoliths, so there's people within that are fracturing that. So I do like the idea of them eventually way down the timeline kind of finding a balance as like as like two separate monoliths.
Yeah.
But then there's individuals in there that are fracturing it and can't necessarily maintain it, because there is something that I think is universal to even our human experience, where it's like that desire for balance that is also so unattainable. So like there's like a human condition part of it. So I kind of like that idea of like kind of being able to have like smaller fractions within a larger, more balanced group of two different opposing sides fracturing off. That'd be kind of cool.
And you can kind of look at the Sith and the Jedi as those extreme sides
Yes.
of good and evil. Like there is that cohesion, that synergy between both sides, and then we're just seeing the extremist sides of both.
Yeah.
Especially in the prequels, like the Jedi are very, very dogmatic, and I think we see in the High Republic and other iterations of the Jedi that they aren't so. They're more open to the idea and the truth that like we all have darkness within us. It's not the end of the world if you have a bad day. Just try not to don't give in to the dark side on purpose to achieve your goals, because once you do that, it will always corrupt you. Star Wars' morality is usually pretty black and white, unless it's something like Andor. But
It makes me think of if you watched Vision season 2, is it called The Sith, the first one?
Yeah.
Where that character in that episode, she does kind of balance and find a middle ground between not being fully good or fully bad. And that is a great story to incorporate in Star Wars. I just don't know how they could fit that into canon.
Which, I mean, I think they kind of have. She is going through this thing where she's actively trying to get rid of the darkness and pretend it's not there. But by the end of the story, she's like, oh, I do have darkness within me, but I don't have to let it control me.
Yeah.
And it's very similar to what Yoda goes through at the end of the Clone Wars when he's going on his spirit journey. And the Force priestesses basically show him, you've been pretending that you're past your fear and you're past your anger because you beat it once. And he's like, yeah, I've dealt with that. And it's like, no, you are afraid of new things and you're lying to yourself about it now. And he has to accept the fact that he's like, oh, there is darkness within me. I just have to acknowledge it and let it move through me instead of letting it control me.
You have to go through that decision every morning. Am I going to choose chaos today? You know, hopefully not.
But they've done a really good job with that, especially in the High Republic, of really getting to understand that the Jedi, in that portion of time, they really were understanding that there is some. They aren't as fallible as they really portray themselves. And by the time we get to the prequels, they're extremely pious. They're just it's this way. Why did they only Sith deal in absolute? And you're literally saying that you're making an absolute statement and saying that this is how it is.
Yeah.
So it's just I really like that with the High Republic and how they're starting to treat Jedi now, as they really are portraying them not as superheroes but as actual people, which is really cool.
There's that book with Vernestra Rowe, her Padawan, Emery. He goes full on dark side and tries to kill a bunch of Nihil and get revenge, and Vernestra pulls him back and he's like, I'm not a Jedi anymore. And she's like, no, you are. You just had a bad day. It's it's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
A bunch of people.
Even Master Yoda had a bad day.
Where'd he end up this time?
I have no idea.
I'm over here again.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, dude.
I'm Chris. I'm from Virginia Beach. My question for y'all is actually a two-parter. If you could see any Old Republic content be brought to the screen, what would you like to see first, and who would you like to see jump into that?
I would take anything in that era.
Yep.
I don't even have specifics. I just do want to see a bunch of Jedi and a bunch of Sith and a bunch of red lightsabers and a bunch of blue and green and yellow, just fighting.
Anything from Old Republic?
Yeah.
Or-
I mean, I just want that aesthetic.
I
and
want
that.
the Bane trilogy.
Oh, yeah, I do love the Bane trilogy.
I think the Mandalorian Wars would be really cool to see too. That's a really neat time. Yeah.
Bane is a great answer because that's a character that was created by George Lucas. Not the legend story, even though I love that trilogy of books, but to explore Bane's story on screen would be awesome.
We are severely lacking in a big, juicy Sith story.
Yeah.
We all know Palpatine and his whole deal. We're over it. we need Darth Bane, I think.
I'm interested to see if the Acolyte pulls anything from the Old Republic. I feel like that's a show in which they could reference at least things from the Old Republic, especially in dark-sided sense. So I'm really hoping cross my fingers for that in Acolyte. Just a little bit of those flavors, I guess.
I'm over here now.
Hey.
My thing would be the Republic and the Empire existing at the same time and the political dynamics that would develop from that.
Yeah.
Because it's always one or the other. We have yet to have both of them existing at the same exact time, which could have just been a plot device for SWTOR at the end of the day, but who knows?
Brian from Wisconsin.
So with all the Jedi that have survived Order 66, do you feel like, or I kind of feel like they're setting up with all these different paths that all the surviving Jedi have taken. Do you think Ahsoka might be setting the foundation for the next Rey movie to kind of reform a less pious, more rounded Jedi Council?
What was the question, though, Brian? Sorry.
Like you have Grogu, Ezra, all these Jedi that they learned from the old council, but after all the Jedi were wiped out, there's just, they keep introducing like a handful of surviving Jedi Padawans, some that may have become Jedi through alternate routes. As they go through all these series and through the years, each of them taking a different path, what do you think the odds are that Ahsoka kind of lays the final foundation for a new council to be formed by Rey in her next movie that they were talking about?
Well, there's such a gap in time from like even Ahsoka to Episode 7, right? We're dealing 5 years after the fall of the Empire, because it's still in Mando time, right? So there's a lot of time where, yeah, I guess it could have been rebuilt, but then also like where were they for all of that too? So I don't know what Grogu's story going to be or like what they're going to do with Ahsoka. Like I have a hard time believing that they're going to tie it in to this new trilogy that they're starting with Rey, that she might not even be the main character for this. So again, in normal Star Wars fashion, like I'm sure we'll get that story like 10 years down the road. I just don't think it's actually going to tie in with this new trilogy.
I think that there's also like a lot of power in, like you said, like all these surviving Jedi are experiencing very different paths in how they're surviving. And like I think of how Cal Kestis and I think of like all those characters from Survivor, and like I think that there's a real power narratively to allow those surviving Jedi to find their own way, because not only does it like individualize their own experiences with their trauma, but then on top of that, it shows how like what Order 66 really did, which was like just obliterate this group of people. Do you know what I mean? And I like the idea of them not necessarily coming back together until that at the end of that big gap of time, because it really speaks to how obliterated they actually were. Do you know what I mean? And how successful the Empire was at that sort of like genocide of Jedi. So I think for me, I kind of like that they're splintered off, and I would like them to stay splintered off, if that makes sense, until way later when like Rey comes along and is like, okay, I'll try to like build a new school. I'll try my best. I'll figure this one out. And I kind of like that individualized experience for that big chunk of in between time.
Yeah, there's so much pressure now for Rey to rebuild the Jedi Order, and we don't know how she's gonna do that. Is she going to make a school? Is she just gonna like completely start from scratch, or is she gonna use the Jedi texts? Like there's so much pressure on her to take over all of this that I'm worried about which direction it's gonna go.
I like your idea, and I agree with what Chase is saying. I love this era of, like Cal Kestis is one of my favorite examples of it, of no one is telling him how to be a Jedi anymore, and he's just doing his best. And he's like, I am a Jedi, but I can also make out with my night sister, dark side using girlfriend. So the idea that Cal might still be around, that Ezra might still be around, and Rey is like, I'm trying to make a new school. Luke tried and failed, but he was just kind of doing it in a vacuum with no help. But that all these people who are like, well, here's what I think it means to be a Jedi, here's what it means to me, and they can all sit down and kind of discuss and build together, I think would be really cool.
Over here.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm from Buffalo, New York. So it seems like there's been increasing mention of the Sith artifacts that are below the Jedi Temple. Do we think we're going to, or at least in the books, because we've seen it Into the Dark and the Inquisitor book. Are we going to see like any effect on Yoda using any of those dark side artifacts for the end of High Republic, or will we see any of that show up in Acolyte?
Yeah, can we get the question one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So the dark side artifacts that are beneath the Jedi Temple that the Jedi are storing.
Yeah.
There's been increasing mention of it in the books that we've seen. So I'm wondering if Yoda's going to use those artifacts, or we'll see some reference to it in Acolyte, or at least on screen, that will, I guess, usher them through like the fall of the Jedi, I guess.
Yeah, so dark side artifacts
Yeah.
in the Acolyte.
The Bogan collection, yeah.
Ooh, I love that.
You just gave me like a fun idea that there could be this Sith artifact that's central to the Acolyte, and it could end kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the Jedi eventually get this thing, and then they open the doors to the Bogan collection and just like, we're just going to keep you in here, and we'll keep you safe, I get. Like, that would be
Yeah.
a fun reveal for people who haven't read the books or the comics to be like, oh, the Jedi have all of this stuff.
Hmm. It'd be awful if all this got into the wrong hands. Anyways.
As a big horror like movie fan, I love the idea of them just like kind of playing with fire without realizing it, and like, or like the movie that was about the Dybbuk box, and like kind of like bringing this like cursed item home, and then opening this huge can of like Sith worms. I would love to see something like that.
Star Wars Annabelle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Joey's back. So I'm a huge fan of like military and the troops and all that stuff. How would you guys feel if like a Band of Brothers like show, but just the clone troopers or a different era of Star Wars, not really seeing any of the Jedi or any of the main like heroes? You just basically follow the troops and pilots of seeing the actual war through their eyes.
That's I mean, that's kind of the clone experience from the Clone Wars and like the Bad Batch. That reminds me a lot of the Bad Batch, which I love.
Yeah. But like I think that's what they kind of like went with like Andor. You know, that's that dark, gritty, like this is where you really get to see just like the rough side that they don't like to really show in the animated. Like they do it like the animated stuff gets dark. There's definitely some dark episodes you're like, "Oh man, that one hurt." But yeah, I think they've kind of nailed that with Andor. I really like how they really portray war in that sense, because it's not so, like, I feel like you get kind of desensitized to it when you see just like battle after battle after battle. But when you're seeing like these few people give up everything, like the one scene with Luthen when he's in the elevator shaft, he's like, "You've given this, I've given everything for this." So.
What is he? He has a very poignant line there. He says, "I'll never see the sunrise" or something like that.
Yeah.
That you get to see. I forget the exact phrasing, but.
Yeah,
yes,
that's it.
Nice.
Bring a sunrise I will never see. That's pretty heavy when you really dig into it.
And I feel like that level of sacrifice would get lost when it's just clones, because like unfortunately they're all just they're all the same. You know, they're all like they aren't humanized until later on when we start getting to learn their names and things like that. And I feel like if it was just constant, just like CK numbers, we would lose. We'd lose that.
That, and if you don't have the connection to Clone Wars, it's going to be really hard for the average viewer to care as much. Like me and my son just finished Clone Wars, so he watched for the first time. He was in tears when Fives died, like in tears.
Yeah.
So he has the connection because he's watched the show. I would venture to say that in this room, yes, most of us have watched Clone Wars, if not all of us. But the average Disney Plus subscriber has not seen Clone Wars. So to bring that into live action,
Yeah, that's where I think like the Rogue Squadron show can really shine, because it's not. It'll definitely have more characteristic.
Yeah. Any other questions? No? Oh, one more.
Darkwing's got one.
Darkwing Duck. His name's Darkwing. That's why I'm saying that. I just arbitrarily do it.
I hope that's not his birth name, though.
I wish it was my birthday. The last thing I'll give you is they announced, or they kind of talked about the tentative length of time that they're targeting for Jedi, the new RPG. Not Jedi, the new RPG that's coming out. Outlaws, thank you.
Outlaws.
They're thinking like it's going to be some amount of time. There was a big debate, though, afterwards. It's like, how long should an open world RPG last? And I was just kind of curious, what would your opinions on like how long an open world RPG or general video game for Star Wars be? Just in what you guys would ideally want.
You're talking about like, just like the overall like length of play?
Yeah.
I mean, like I would assume Outlaws is going to give me the same amount of play that like Red Dead Redemption did. Like that's going to be probably anywhere from like 30 to 40 hours of like story and side mission, but then the endless amount of time that I can play in the open world. Like this is between episode 5 and 6. Like this is probably like the highlight of the Empire's rule and the battles with the rebels. So I feel like there's so much that you can do with that portion of time that I feel like it'll be endless as long as they continue to add to it. So I would love it to just go on for as long as I can.
That already sounds like so daunting to me.
Yeah.
This is such a good time period to do this in because the Empire and the Rebellion are so head to head that the crime syndicates are just running wild.
Yeah.
And to be able to just like be in this moment in time and like see how they're all kind of like in charge is going to be really cool. And as far as playtime, because it's the first Star Wars open world game, like I really hope that there's plenty to do, and I think there will be, just like endless amounts of activities to do in the game.
Yeah, I mean, 30 hours already is like a long time for me.
Yeah.
As a game, like I don't play a ton of open world games, so I'm excited for just a story that could be that length, and then to just go off and explore all these different planets and stuff. But yeah, I'm really excited. I think I'll spend a lot of time digging into all the criminal syndicates because we know of a lot of them, but we don't know their inner workings and what sets all of them apart. Like the Pikes mostly deal in the spice trade, and then like Black Sun, we know they're mostly Falleen, but I don't know what's their specialty. I want to go like learn all that stuff.
And I can't wait to like just share notes about everyone's like different experiences at different points in the game and being like, oh, like what did you do like during this date, like this session of gaming? So it'll be fun to like share that with each other.
I always enjoy a game where I know there's not really a morality system, but we have choices that we can make. And I always enjoy being extreme one way or the other. So for instance, when I saw the opportunity to work with the Empire and pay them off to make them go away, or tell them to get lost, and then you got to run to your ship because they're on you, I would probably play it twice and do it one way or the other just to understand. I did that with Detroit Become Human, and it was like two completely different video games, like two completely different games. So I hope it's not endless amounts of hours, because I used to be the open world RPG guy that was like, all right, let's do this. And then I played Assassin's Creed Valhalla for a year and a half. And I was like, okay, the game's too big. So I do hope it's regulated to a palatable size that isn't, I could do 200 hours. That's like Witcher 3-ish. But that's like my max.
I think endless in the sense of like to Molly's point with the Syndicate, like there's just so much, like the amount of just like crimes that you could do. I mean, like there's so much to be done in the universe, Kevin.
Oh, I can't wait to see how quickly I can get to the 5-star rating of like everyone's after me.
Yeah, that's what everyone does in any GTA game. 10 minutes after you buy it, you're like, well, how quickly can I get to 5 stars?
I look forward to seeing the Star Wars version of that from GTA, where it's like a helicopter's after you. It's like, no, they send a bunch of AT-ATs stomping after you. Like,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, just Star Destroyers popping into the sky. Yeah.
That would be the hidden 6th star. All of a sudden, oh crap!
They're like, forget the Jedi. We need that person right there.
It's just the Death Star and the whole planet is destroyed.
At what point does Palpatine show up and recruit you? It's like, I want you on my team.
Good. Before we get out of here, I wanted to bring up one last point, and then we're gonna say goodbye for this year. But we heard recently that Disney is going to be pulling back on the amount of content they're making within Star Wars and Marvel. For Marvel, it makes sense in my opinion. We've wrung that towel pretty damn dry at this point. But for Star Wars, I feel like we were just getting a good cadence.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see what you all thought about that before we get out of here.
Well, I am somewhat anti-volume at this point, and I feel like they use the volume sort of like to save money. I think it is a budget-friendly option. So if they're pulling back on shows, I do like the idea of the shows getting more of a budget production-wise. Like Andor is like stunning production, and you can tell that show had money.
Yeah.
So I really, if they are pulling back on Star Wars content, I do think of it as a positive, because I think that each production will hopefully have a little bit more room to find its own footing, be its own aesthetic, have more of a budget for production. And yeah, that's how I look at that.
Yeah, I hopefully it'll be quality over quantity, and so I'm fine with them pulling back on it a little bit.
I still hope we get like 2 a year, but I would rather get a slower trickle of things that look as good as Andor, as opposed to like that year we got Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, and Andor. And
I liked Obi-Wan's story, but like I really didn't think it lived up on the production level. And I would have been like, yeah, take a little extra time, spread it out, and make sure that looks great.
I think if you can make a practical set, you make a practical set.
Yeah.
If you can't, you use the volume. The reliance on the volume, and Tim and I have worked in volume environments with production studios before. It has its place and its if you don't know what we're talking about, the volume is that 270-degree screen that they use. It's on Disney's back lot. We actually have one in Tampa. There's actually one in Orlando too. But there was one at Full Sail. So they use it to create virtual environments using NVIDIA technology, and then they can film appropriately as if you were in that exact location. So if we wanted to make Felucia today, bam, done, rendered, and we're good, and we're off to races. And then you use some practical props to, make sure there's depth and whatnot. But if you can make a practical set just like they did in Andor throughout the entire time, the difference is noticeable.
Yeah.
And we will all say, oh, this is better because. So I think the reliance on the volume was partly due to COVID, but now it's an excuse to save budgets. And if we're getting 2 good shows rather than 4 shows, I would be on board with that as well.
Agreed.
So, cool. Well, before we get out of here, Alex and Molly, tell us where we can find you.
We're on YouTube at Star Wars Explained, and we talk about everything Star Wars, including the books and comics and video games as they come out.
Yeah, we're on all the social medias.
All of them.
The website formerly known as Twitter,
X
and all those other ones. Everything is just Star Wars Explained.
Yeah.
They do Legos, too. That's what I watch. So I love your Lego builds.
Thanks.
So I feel like that's important. This is a big Lego crowd. Chase.
You can find me on YouTube. I'm That Gay Jedi on YouTube. I cover and queer things Star Wars and like other things in pop culture. And you can find me on Instagram at @That
And your horror movie podcast?
And what?
Your horror podcast?
And my horror podcast, Fear Queers. Yeah, I'm doing a Buffy watch. It's my first time watching Buffy, so we're covering Buffy. It's really, really fun. It's called Hellmouth Homos, so it's a good time.
And you do retro streams on your YouTube too as well.
What was that?
You do retro game streams on your YouTube
Yes.
as
Oh
well.
my God. Yeah. I was just playing Game Boy Advance release of Apprentice of the Forest, the Star Wars game, and it was really, really fun. I actually have my Game Boy Advance plugged into the Game Boy player in the GameCube, connected to CRT, and then the game capture card to the TV to the computer. It's really fun. It's good.
He told me that pre-show, and I was like, "You just unlocked a core memory." Oh my God.
Kevin's better at plugging our stuff than we are.
Yeah, I gotta do the whole thing.
Jeez.
And then when it gets to me, I'm like, I'm on Tim's stream all the time. Tim?
And you can find me on the internet, Darkness Fortune. Just don't go here. Just go to YouTube.
Yeah,
You'll
that
find
was
me.
a joke. We had a little fun. Don't go watch him on Facebook because you can't. YouTube.
Or everything else, you can go to raredrop.co to find us and what we do.
Star Wars and Scotch. Rate, review, subscribe. It helps us immensely. This episode, if you tuned in halfway, you came in halfway, you want to hear the whole thing, will be out what's today?
Today's Saturday.
So it'll be out on Wednesday of this coming week. Yeah, so it'll be our regular episode this week. And then we are back. We're actually in Memphis the week after, so we got to record in a hotel room. And then we'll be covering Ahsoka. You'll be covering Ahsoka. You'll be covering Ahsoka.
We're not going to cover Ahsoka.
Yeah, we're going to skip Ahsoka.
Just kidding.
But thank you so much. And as always, Tim.
May the Force be with you.
this out of the holder and hold on to it? Oh,
Hello? Oh my God. Shit.
Psilocybin made me here.
Sunglasses. God. Are we good, Eli? Are you sure? You don't need that.
No. You ever have a dream you woke up and shit the bed and then you did?
Nobody saw anything.
I had to hold myself back.
Yeah, that was.
Wait.
Yeah, you're good.
Am I good? Hello? Do I get to get
Whoa!
closer? Dude, that is a lot of
Look
white
how
people.
pasty I am.
You know what's sad when the cop is the darkest skinned person on stage?
It's like the minority side's over here. Oh, I love this so much. Wait, Batty, you do it. It's your go.
Well,
we've got two.
Hold on.
Oh,
did anyone else bring one? No, I don't want to hear it then. Oh, okay.
I got this cool water bottle.
Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Crap. Welcome to the Unsubscribed Podcast. As always, I am Batty Shrooms. We have Eli Double Tap here and our two very special, powerful, strong, kind of bald guests. Your narrator and Rich Angry Cops. Welcome to the first live Unsubscribed Podcast, guys. All right, calm down. That's too loud.
Tens of thousands of people. As we
There's
look
so
out
many
at
people
this.
here.
I'm going to do VFX and fill in the rest of those seats. I
This
can't
is
wait.
embarrassing.
This reminds me of like a high school recital. I just feel like we're the judges for some horrible like talent show for kids. They're just gonna come out.
So you guys are.
He did so good.
So who's the first one that's gonna dance on stage for us? Put your hands down. Stop it. You're gonna get a shirt though. Remind me. You get a shirt after.
Dude, most of you now,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
actually, I think
can't have
all
a
of you
shirt.
will get merch.
We brought enough merch to cover the
All right, maybe not all of you. Most of you.
I know, we fucked this up.
You're giving promises, Batty.
Yeah, that's what I do, and then I blame Eli when the promises don't work out.
Yeah, you're not the first person to blame the Mexicans for your troubles.
Dude, but go back. I took my jobs.
It's not our fault, man. Why you gotta be judging us? It's rude, okay?
Hi, everyone. Welcome. This is fucking weird. It's freaking weird. They gave us.
Swear.
They were like, keep it kind of PG-13. It was like, what?
Kind of
They just said behave.
Okay, we can behave.
We'll figure this out as we go. As we're drinking, I did a shot of 2 tequilas before we got in here. I was like, okay, I'm just going hard right now.
See, I wear a black shirt so they wouldn't see how much I'm sweating. Yeah. Yeah, can we get a zoom in on that?
Just punch in real hard.
Oh, man.
Speaking of punching real hard, how's your butt doing? Which I worry about you.
I drank milk today. I shouldn't
Did
have
you
done
really
that.
drink milk today?
You
You knew we were doing a live podcast, and you thought,
Sav,
yes.
my beautiful wife, was like, hey, babe, you want this cheese omelet? I'm like, yeah, that sounds delicious today. I'm like,
Are you really passing the buck right now?
Yeah.
You got up on
real
the stage, you're like, I ate it, but it's her fault.
She should have known better. Should have known better. So today, what we're going to do is military stories. Oh, yeah. I have 2 because I want to hear one from Grant, and then I want to hear your least favorite private you've ever experienced as a drill sergeant.
Okay.
Mr. Rich. Because we know this will be very good. We've all went through basic training. We've all had those special
Barely.
Some of us deployed. What was that? The call of my country? I said it once. I'll say it again. You were a sniper, and I deployed. Hey, you're still cooler than me.
I don't know how this worked out.
Yeah, it happens.
The math isn't mathing.
So, Rich.
I'm starting.
Drill sergeant. Oh, okay.
Grant's going to start.
Grant's going to start.
Oh, yeah.
It's Rich. Everyone wants to hear the story. We're going to make them wait.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Grant's like, I didn't prep anything.
Did
right
you
now.
prep anything?
You didn't tell me to prep for anything. What do you?
You have story times. You don't need prep for this.
Yeah, that's true.
Just put on a Grant
What
voice
kind
and
of?
you're good.
What are we allowed to talk about?
Anything.
As-
Your favorite military story. You can have a private one, but
Don't break the rules.
Talk about hazing. Talk about exploding things that weren't supposed to explode. Talk about shooting things you weren't supposed to be shooting.
Military.
Yeah. Military, yeah.
How much money of the taxpayers did I waste? Essentially?
Oh my God. Ooh. Taxpayer stories. That's my entire career. How much money?
Batty is $1 million guy that had
at least
$1 million, and he had a stroke.
I can tell you the story of how I accidentally set a base record for a javelin hit.
Okay.
You did a what?
Go again?
Yeah, accidentally.
Go on.
How do you accidentally fire it? You know what?
So let me tell you how that would work. So one of the last things that I had to do, or that I was going to do while I was in Vilsik, Germany, right before I got out, is we had one more little field problem, and they were like, "Hey, you're javelin certified, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
You're about to leave. We have one ready for you. You can fire it. And I was like, sounds good. Too easy.
Yeah.
Did the whole thing. Woke up early in the morning. Went through the whole, all the snow in the woods and all that jazz. Now we get to where the targets are. And I'm like, all right, too easy. My NCO looks at me. By the way, supposedly went through the course that I went through to be javelin certified. Obviously, turns out he didn't. And what he didn't know is that once you lock onto something with a javelin missile, you have a minute to fire it before it goes boom. So I'm like, all right, cool. So we get up there to the very top of the hill, and he points out, he goes, are you ready? Everything's all set up. I'm like, yep, it's all good.
Grant's not like a caveman throwing something, just FYI.
No, that was my other
If you don't know what a
NCO.
javelin is a missile system that is launched by a wire.
Yeah,
It's a rocket launcher on your shoulder.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Pretty much, yeah. No, that was my other NCO.
I'm like, wait, how
but,
does this sound right now? Okay, good. Just chucking it really hard.
No. That was my other NCO, though, when it was snowing and we didn't have any thermals, so he told me to get out of the truck and throw rocks and yell lightning bolt. That was another thing.
Flag out.
Yeah. But pretty much after that, long story short, we got to the very top, and all he said was, hey, do you see a target to your 12 o'clock, right in front of you? And I'm like, technically, it's pretty small. And he goes, no, you got it. It's fine. It's just your 12. He didn't give me a distance. And I'm like, okay, too easy. I said I locked on, and 15 seconds went by. He's standing there. 30 seconds go by. Hey, I need to fire this really quickly. I don't know if you know this.
Super bad.
Super badly, because it will explode. They didn't know that. So he called up really quick, and he just said, just fire the damn thing. So I'm like, okay. What had happened, though, is that I launched it, went out straight up into the air, and I was like, wow, that's super cool. And I looked over, my NCO was like, where's that going?
That's what you always want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Mid fire, and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, There's a target in front of you. It was like 300 meters, but I'm on at the top of a hill, so it's way down here, and I couldn't see it. So I accidentally shot the target that was on another range, 4,500 meters away, and I hit it, which was fantastic.
Hey!
So.
You accidentally succeeded.
I accidentally succeeded. And so I hit the target. I got back, and I'm like, I felt like after I did it, I was like, I feel so good. And they're like, that wasn't our range. And
Mission failed.
Yeah, so we get
Question
all the way, yeah, we actually get all the way back, and then a 1-star general comes in and goes, so who fired the javelin? And I'm like, me. And he goes like, hell of a good shot. That's a new record. It wasn't on the course, but it's technically the longest we have, so I got a coin for it.
They gave you a coin for that?
Let that be a lesson to you kids. You fuck up in the right way, and you will be rewarded.
Exactly.
as long as it's a Guinness World Record, you're not going to get in trouble.
That really does kind of sum up the military, at least the Army.
Yeah.
That wasn't the range. Congratulations.
You failed successfully.
Yeah. You have failed successfully.
I could just imagine you just sitting there with it on your shoulder, and like the 15 and 30 seconds go by, and I could just see you looking over and go,
I gotta shoot this, or we're not gonna have a problem anymore. And him going, send it. I know what I'm doing. That's why I brought you here.
I am also javelin certified.
Trick of the trade from an NCO point of view. I've definitely done that. I've been like, hey, do you know what you're doing? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm in charge of teaching it, but I need you to teach it. But I'm in charge. Got it? Yeah, I got it. And then like,
make it work.
Drill sergeant, you got a question? Eli's got the answer for that. Then I pass over to the person that knows.
A private. It's perfect.
Yeah.
So your least favorite private during your how many years have you been a drill sergeant now?
2012 is when I completed drill sergeant school.
And how many have you dealt with at this point?
Privates?
Yeah.
A lot. It's thousands.
So you've had some bottom of the barrel. You've had really good ones.
A lot of Eli.
A lot of Eli.
A lot of bad.
Let me just sit back here real quick and tell you young bucks something about the Army, all right? We
You
take
would've known if you had
civilians
me.
and we turn them into soldiers. Oh, my God. And sometimes those civilians suck at being soldiers. And sometimes they suck at being civilians, too. They have no choice but to suck at life.
I think my biggest awakening to that was like running a range one day for infantrymen, like, you know, the guys, and trying to see them qualify with a rifle. And it's just like, what do you mean you can't hit the bare minimum? That's their job.
Sir, your job is to shoot people, and you can't shoot cardboard. What the fuck are you doing?
You should not have signed up
That
for
was
war.
a very, very crazy awakening. Like,
those are your battle buddies.
There's a lot of incompetent people here.
Those are your battle buddies. They're on your
we
lesson.
try to keep those ones like pushed in the back.
They drive.
Yeah, that's right. Those are the drivers.
Those are the drivers.
If you have a loved one that's in the military and they keep coming back and being like, yeah, I kept driving for these missions, they're a dumbass. Like,
they're not heroes.
We all, yeah.
They are not heroes.
We thank them for their service. What a sacrifice. But they're dumb. But we all need dumb people. Right? Dumb people are necessary.
Makes us look, the rest of us mediocre people look way better.
Oh, yeah. It's like having a guy with a small dick in a porno. Like, all of a sudden, all the other dicks look huge.
Exactly.
Not talking about experience, but I've seen some videos.
That sounded personal, Rich.
Not from you. We gonna fucking swallow me up? Jesus Christ. Camouflage shorts can't hide those thighs, my friend. My God. The guy's got the Sistine Chapel tattooed on his shoulders. Are you related to Yokozuna? Do you know who he is? There you go. Brother, if you were a turkey dinner, we'd be eating until Christmas.
This is why you fit in with unsub. You're like, hello, thank you for supporting us. Let me destroy you now.
Yeah. All you guys are great, but I've never seen so many pairs of shorts with the largest amount of calves underneath them in my entire life. Hey man, Florida's one heck of a free state. It's the dick of the United States. Don't get fucked by us. Because you'll definitely catch some. What are we talking about again?
Your favorite private.
Yeah. the tangent you went off on.
Oh, we were talking about assholes. Yeah, so I've gotten turd privates before that are just trash. And what they do to be turds is pretty general, right? They don't listen. They don't want to do PT in the morning. The worst ones will try to create like a little gang to like bully the good troops and like make them do the bad things or make them be a pain in the ass like they are.
They try to bring all the trouble together. Like,
They try to make your life harder. And so they're all pretty general, but I had two that were a team of turds. And it's one of my favorite stories to tell because if you haven't been in the military, well, if you have been in the military, then you know how kind of backwards this story begins, but then you'll kind of catch on the ending. So I'll try to make it quick so I don't bore anybody. I got these two turds, and it's like week 3 of basic training. So we're just completing all the break you down, build you up stuff that you see in like Full Metal Jacket and stuff. Like, you wake up in the fucking morning, run, all that stuff.
Everybody's crying. It's a great time. We're all smiling.
It makes me feel like a man. It doesn't.
When you see their dreams crushed.
Yes. Like, oh, the hope's gone from their eyes. I've done my job. So we go to medical training, and you have to pass medical training in basic training, otherwise you can't go forward. Duh. What's the point of sending a troop overseas so they can't patch up a bullet hole in their buddy or let alone themselves? So they have to pass it. And I've got these two turds, and they're joking around and being pieces of shit, and I want them gone. And the head drill sergeant of our unit was gone for doing some other like paperwork nonsense bullshit. And I was one of the next drill sergeants that had the most seniority time on the trail. We'll call it the trail, basic training, the trail. And I'm done with these two. I'm like, they need to get the fuck out. I don't give a shit about numbers or trying to make a quota. I want them fucking gone. And so we're in the medical training building, and they're about to take their little exam at the end of it, where, you know, it's like, is it true that you can put a tourniquet on your neck? No, that's false. You'll fucking die. And so it's...
Don't do that.
It's literally one of the questions, but they don't say fuck. And I go, hey, private so-and-so, come here. And I'm sitting at a table like this, and there's a couple drill sergeants behind me, and there's about like 8 of us. And I go, listen, here's the deal, guys. I go, you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. You're causing trouble. You don't wake up in the morning. You're never on time. You're being disrespectful. Like, you're just pieces of shit, right? You know you fucked up when a drill sergeant talks to you like a person, by the way, right? If I'm not Arlie Ermy and like, don't you fucking talk to me? Look away! You know, if I'm not like that, then something is bubbling under the surface, all right? There's jaws coming. Bam, 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 bam. And so I'm like, listen, you don't want to be here. Here's the deal. You can get out of basic training and go home really fast. We'll get you out of here in a couple weeks. It's called failure to train. If you decide that you no longer want to train.
So you were pushing for this. You were
Yes.
like, no, I hate these kids.
I was educationally nudging them in a direction for their and my benefit, is what I was doing.
Educationally nudging them.
This was going to be a learning experience.
That's a drill. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
This is going to be a learning experience, not just for me, but for the entire company, the unit that I was in, and you'll see why. So I tell them, if you fail to train, if you refuse to train, you can't pass basic training. We'll get you out of here. And they're like looking at me like I just gave them the golden ticket.
Yeah.
And my
Free
drill
pass.
sergeant buddies are behind me, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? You're going to make the entire company just fucking stop. And I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. I know it. Just follow me. Follow me, young drill sergeants. I'll show you the way. So these two privates, I go, all right, cool. Just if you don't want to be here anymore, go back, sit down, and when your test comes out, if you choose not to take it, come up and talk to me, and I'll tell you to take it. And if you don't want to take it, I can't make you, and then we'll go from there. And we can start your chapter paperwork to get you out of the military. And they're like, okay. The buddies behind me, other drill sergeants, like, you fucked up, man. You're going to get in trouble. Like, you fucked up. And I'm like, well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Test comes, they stand up, they come over, drill sergeant, I don't want to take the test. I'm like, privates, you have to take the test. You have to. They're like, no, drill sergeant, we don't want to. I go, privates, special word here. Are you refusing to train?
Did you point out the special word?
I was like, are you refusing to train?
Terminology is important here.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very important.
One shakes this, the other's like this.
I'm like, yeah, they did that. Yeah.
Dot the I's, cross the T's.
And I'm like, no, I need verbal confirmation. I need to know what you're nodding, all right? And they're like, yes, drill sergeant, we are refusing to take the test. We refuse to train anymore. I was like, outstanding. Go ahead and sit down. I want you to take the test, but you're refusing to train, so I can't make you. Just sit there, and when they ask you to turn them all in with everybody else, we'll be done. And so all my drill sergeants are like, dude, you're fucking, it's like the tension's building up. The drill sergeant's like, you're going to get us in so much fucking trouble, dude. You just taught everybody how to quit basic training, and we're going to have to deal with this. Like, how are we going to tell them to do shit now if they just quit? I'm like, just wait. We get back to the company area. There's like bleachers, and you know, they're all on the bleachers, all lined up, like 120 troops. And here comes the senior drill sergeant, and he's just walking. Like he's got a fucking bee up his asshole, and he's just and he gets in front of everybody, including the two soldiers he pulled aside, but he gets in front of the entire company. He's just like, listen up, you stupid fucking pieces of shit. If you think you're gonna fucking quit? Or you think you're gonna fucking quit? Just go fucking home. Day one restarts. If you don't know what a day one restart is.
You just screwed these kids over. They're like 4 weeks in, like, Drill Sergeant High has our back.
If you don't know what day one restarts are, And based on the crowd, some of you know, a day one restart is when you go from wherever you are in basic training, and for some people that's the end of basic training, or in this case, 3 weeks into it, and you start at day 0, pickup day, where you get off the bus and get screamed at all over again. And all that training that you just went through, it doesn't matter. You gotta go through it all again. So these two kids are like, we're day 1 restarts, and they're getting kicked off into another company. So they're like,
they look at you.
You fucked us. You fucked us. And the entire, I shit you not, the entire company of soldiers, these troops, they all at the same time, it was like a movie, they just go. and look right at me. They're just like, you're diabolical. You could do that? You can fucking do that? Let me tell you what, the discipline in that entire company, boom, skyrocketed. Oh. You want to say, you get here at fucking 10 o'clock in the morning. They're like 9:45, just sitting there. Just fucking looking around, just being like, I'm not fucking late for anything. Are you refusing to train? I'm not going to refuse to train. I'm not refusing shit. They gave me a frozen dildo to sit on. I'm not refusing shit.
Every single private in the entire company was like, that's the most evil thing I've ever seen.
Those poor 2 privates.
Oh,
yeah, you don't get quit basic
Fuck 'em.
training.
Huh?
You don't quit basic training. That's just not how that works.
Yeah, no, you don't quit. We quit you, and it takes a long time for us to quit.
And even if you do get hurt or anything like that, you're still there longer than everybody else. It's not.
Yeah. Did you ever hear back from those 2 privates? You went on a list.
I don't know.
You definitely went on a list after that.
I hope they got blown up. I could give a shit. Turds. I hope they went to the fucking EOD range, just like sat on a javelin for a minute too long. Drill Sergeant, should we fire this by now?
I don't know, Private. How long have you been looking at it? About 45 seconds. No, I'll keep looking.
You count down.
It's just like, you need to really make sure you're locked onto it.
Just count down.
Keep looking. Any minute, everything's fine. Private, hold these cratering charges real quick.
Do not miss the military at all.
Drill Sergeant, these cratering charges are heavy. Yeah, just walk out there.
I actually thought I was going to get day 1 in my basic training because I accidentally called my senior drill sergeant an asshole.
How do you How do you accidentally?
So it's funny.
You did a lot of things accidentally in the military, didn't you? I accidentally shot it too far. I accidentally called him an asshole.
Why do you think I'm here? It was all by accident. But I literally, we were all just, it was quiet time. We were just cleaning weapons, that kind of shit. And I opened up my war locker because I was usually the one that got picked on. Whatever.
I wonder why.
I know, right? It's crazy. Anyway, but we were cleaning my weapon and somebody kept fucking with me, so I faced towards my war locker and I opened it up. So I was like, all right, if I don't have to look at them, maybe they won't mess with me. So I'm doing that, cleaning the weapon. He kept like freaking tapping me, kept like poking me, kept like moving the war locker a little bit. And he's getting on my nerves. I'm like, this fucking guy, whatever. And then finally, the side of the war locker door just goes and slams shut. And so immediately I still think it's him, like, thanks, asshole.
Hold on, I already know.
Scissors are hard scissors.
How many students parade?
You better find yourself some front lead and rest.
It was worse because it was exactly like that, but there was no sound, just a smile. And I'm like, I'm so,
PTSD.
And instead of smoking the shit out of me and like destroying me physically, he went mentally and was like, oh, last name got, okay, I'll remember you. Too easy. Have a good day. Left me alone. This was week 8
for the guillotine.
We got to the graduation day, and then he pulled me aside in my dress blues and goes, hey, Private, here. Yes, usual, sir. Have a good graduation. and I died.
Inside, you no longer exist.
No,
It's
no,
gone.
it was no, because that's always the like scary part is like you get all the way to graduation day, the family you haven't seen for a year shows up, they fly out, they're ready to see you become a soldier, and then you just see. But what if you didn't? What if you had to restart again? And that for yeah, look at you, you know.
Do you have a story?
Yeah,
Do you have a story, Rich? Because it looks like you got a story.
I had a good soldier that lacked discipline. He was going to be a good troop, but he was doing his own thing. He wouldn't conform to the army. And eventually, I hope he changed. But his name is Private Brown, and Private Brown would always do what he wanted to do. So I would go, Private Brown, doing what you want to do. And then I would smoke the shit out of everybody except for Private Brown. So then
You just make everyone else hate Private Brown.
So then they would fix Private Brown because I was tired of it. And so Private Brown got upset and started crying and went away. And one of his battle buddies, who was this scrawny white kid, turned around and was like, Drill, quit picking on him. His papa died. And I was like, what the fuck did she just say? I was like, one, I love that he said, his papa died. I was like, who the fuck calls him papa? And I was like, his grandfather? All right. And then two, he yelled at me and I was just like, sweet, hey. And I did that. I was like, yeah, you're going to come to the drill sergeant office and you're going to talk to me real quick. We're going to talk real quick.
And real quick, what's in the drill sergeant office?
It's a drill sergeant office.
I never had to go in the drill sergeant office.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally like you have the
Why do you know what's in the drill sergeant office?
Don't worry about it. So it's literally
yeah, Grant, what the hell?
Well,
You're never supposed to go in the drill sergeant office.
I had a nickname. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you later.
Were you a house mouse?
No. But there was it's literally like the bay where everyone sleeps, right? And then you literally there's the fire guard station. Then you go out to the right, and then there's just a little tiny office, and it's where all the drill sergeants
where
are.
we shower.
Yeah.
It's where hate is brewed.
It's where sometimes privates knock on like the wall, and you're
Yeah.
like, "What do you fucking want?" And I'm like, "Drill sergeant, my heart is broken. I'm sad." And you go, "Shut the fuck up. Quit tomorrow. Get out of my office."
Motivation.
Drill sergeant, my heart hurts. I don't know. Suck your own dick.
Dun, 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 dun. Army of one.
On our deployments overseas,
Army of one.
Army strong.
They'd be like, "Hey guys, we gotta sweep the front of this building." We'd be like, "Roger that, first sergeant." Bam, 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 bam. Just like 30 grown men singing the song.
Better get the rocks out of the grass.
Oh, but Papa guy.
Yeah.
So Papa guy's like, his Papa just died. And so I go, come to CQ desk. We're gonna talk. We're gonna discuss some things. And for reference, this piece of shit was trying to get his wife to get him out of basic training. She was writing letters to the command saying, "I'm pregnant. Oh, I've had a miscarriage. I need my husband home." And we found letters of them planning that whenever he got a little too tired of drill sergeants being mean. So I had that in my back pocket, right? I was, we hold on to things so good. You know your drill sergeant letters that you write? Like, "Drill sergeant, it's the first day of basic training, and I want to be a soldier. I'm from so-and-so, and I care about the Army." We read those so we can use those against you.
Oh, yeah.
We absolutely do. Like, "Oh, you want to join the Army to be a ranger like your grandfather? Your grandfather would shit on your fucking chest, pussy." And they're like, "Oh my God, my grandfather would!" You know, and then they get motivated or they quit, and then their grandfather shits on them later on. So either way, it's great for streaming. And
GCX right now is just like off. We're not recording any of this. This is not going anywhere right now.
elder abuse, physical abuse. Like, this guy needs to be arrested.
I don't know what happened. The footage got lost.
So I bring him into the CQ desk and his battle buddies next to him because they always travel in pairs. You always have to have them travel in pairs. And I get quiet, drill sergeant, and I go, "Hey, Private." I go, "I don't like the way that you talk to me out there." I go, "I'm trying to bring discipline to everybody, and you decided to not do that. So I'm going to break down how much I fucking own you right now." And I politely tell him, I go, "You know all those student loans that you got from joining the Army? You know all those $20,000 bonuses that you got from joining the Army? You know all those fantastic benefits of having veteran after your name happen when you join the Army? I go, Uncle Sam gets to take all that shit back. And you owe every single frickin' penny that you took out of that stash of bonus money. And if you spend it, we're going to take it out of your house, or your taxes, or your boat, or your car, and then you and your wife are going to be penniless with your fake dead kid. And he didn't know that I knew he had a fake dead kid. And he was just like, and I was like, and then I could just day one restart you. And then he was like, and I saw his brain break. And I was like, carry on. And he just went, and then 2 minutes later, the guy's just like, holy fuck, Hi. That was great. You fucking owned him. Like, I hope he gets squared away. That's great. You fucking told him who's boss and blah, blah. It was great. Drill Sergeant, permission to speak. Drill Sergeant. Who the fuck is it? It's Private so-and-so, Drill Sergeant. Get in here, Private. What do you want? Drill Sergeant, Private so-and-so? Who the fuck is that, Private? Drill Sergeant, that's the private you just yelled at. I'm like, what about him, Private? He's upstairs crying, Drill Sergeant. I'm like, good. Maybe he'll not fuck up like you just did, and he'll learn from it. I was like, is that all? They're like, yes, Drill Sergeant. I'm like, all right, cool. Go take care of him. Make sure that he's okay. He doesn't do something stupid. Let him cry. Get it out. And that was it.
You're an amazing drill sergeant.
By the way, I started off as the nice teaching drill sergeant, and then I had turds take advantage of me, and now I'm a broken man because of it, and I'm a bastard.
You tried the right way at first.
I tried the right way, and then civilians turned me into a bastard. People listen more when there's consequences. Like,
weird.
Like, I was like, hey, you want to cry today, or you want to be a soldier? I want to be a soldier, drill sergeant. All right, good. Then stop fucking off. Tell it to your kids. Sometimes it's that simple. Dad advice from Angry Cups, who does not have a child. But I've raised all of your kids. Jesus Christ, some of you parents are horrible. Kids don't know how to wash their ass. I have to watch your naked son in the shower wash his taint because I got 30 other grown men that are like, this guy won't take a shower, drill sergeant, and I have to make sure of it. Because I'm not going to have everybody get sick in a bay and get pink eye. Ugh. Children,
I hate it. So
disgusting.
true. In the military, where you have those people that are like that, they're like, nah, we're not showering, bro. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, you know that weird one anime friend that you have? Imagine if 24 of them got together and just decided not to shower at the same time.
Yeah, the weird one anime friend.
Yeah, the weird.
Oh, I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying if everybody's got one weird friend that, has an issue with body odor, now you just, give them a little bit of pride in the country and have them join up, and there's like a dozen of them talking about magic cards, and not showering together and not going into a male shower with shower shoes on. If you have 50 people showering in the same room, don't go barefoot in the shower. That's how you get athlete's foot. And stepping on jellyfish. If you don't know what jellyfish are, you've never been in a shower where a male's been for a little extra long. And then notice the drain is oddly dingy. I shouldn't have said that, huh? Am I giving it all away? Nah.
Okay,
Real talk.
Now we got Batty. Well, we're gonna do a D&D. I was gonna ask you a D&D question.
A D&D question.
Yeah, I was gonna see what Grant was gonna play when we start doing D&D. Grant, we're gonna start D&D soon. What kind of character are you playing in this D&D world?
For the first campaign?
Yeah, for the first fucking roll. You get your chance to do whatever you want as a true D&D character. What is it?
What level are we starting at, Betty?
Yeah, Betty, this is your...
That's the...
Well, if we're going to talk about D&D, oh man, do I got a few things to say.
First of all, how do you spell it? Am I right?
You're proud of that one, are you?
I really like that dad joke.
For the first campaign, for Unsub at least, it'll be a shorter, like a 3 or 4 shot game, something like that. So we're going to start probably around level 5. So you know a little bit. There's a little bit going on. You got a little experience. You got some cool stuff. A little bit of magic. Magic. Eli, do the thing. Magic. Cast your spells.
Tism fingers.
Tism fingers go.
Thank you.
Magic.
Honestly, if just to be able to get your guys' play style down, I think I'm going to go with a safe bet. the longer that I can last in and out of combat, it gives me more chance to actually see how you play. So I think I'm going to be
Grant,
a.
what are you gonna play?
Well, I'm literally about to say it. What are you gonna play? I'm gonna play a Sentinel Paladin.
A what?
A Sentinel Paladin.
Oh, okay. Holier than thou. Oh, all right.
What's a Sentinel Paladin?
I'll break the rules sometimes. I mean, if you don't sin a little bit, Jesus died for nothing. So
fair.
That's why I have a spear, a little poke and prod. It'll be fine. So
Is
yeah,
this
I think
guy
I'm gonna
dead?
do that. Yeah, it'll be great.
Before you cross the line, we all know the rules.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's not a war crime the first time.
Battle like
It's only a war crime if I get caught.
Yeah.
When the paladin says that,
yeah, it's not a paladin anymore.
At any point,
Your moral compass
at any
is broken.
point, I can become unhinged and become an Oathbreaker Paladin. You don't know.
That paladin sounds like a frat boy.
Bro, you're good.
I'm gonna do some magic, man. Let's go over here. I'm Paladin Jerry. Let's go.
Let's just hit the town outside. Praise Jesus.
Hey, listen, y'all. I'm a level 1500 paladin, all right? I'm not here to fuck around, but I tell you what, I make a gosh dang good moonshine. The orcs over there are fucking wasted.
Careful, I'll pray.
This is what they did in the Uber ride home yesterday from the restaurant. It was, hey guys, just have fun with the Uber driver. And then they just went on this tangent for 30 minutes.
Shoot, he was great.
And you were Southern. What were you?
We're just Southern gentlemen.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Wait, what is your weird paladin thing that you just said?
What about it?
What is it? You said it was a something paladin?
A sentinel.
A sentinel paladin?
Yeah.
So sentinel to me means like a soldier paladin. Is that correct?
Kinda. So with the Sentinel Paladin, my main thing is I'm gonna wear like heavy armor, big shield, and then a spear. And with the Sentinel feats, there's certain stuff I can do. Like if a person is within like 5 meters, I think, like something like that, I have the ability to like immediately jump to them if I want to. It's like a bonus action, like block stuff. So I'm gonna be like the big tank that's just there to soak up damage.
Okay.
And make sure everyone's okay.
he gets hit, so we don't have to.
Exactly.
Well, you don't have to.
Yeah, or if a wizard takes like 1d4 breathing damage, then
They
someone
died.
got that. I don't know who you are.
I love your expression.
There's a
right
couple-
like,
couple chuckles.
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't know the jokes yet.
Oh, you're just building those right now?
I don't know. No, I'm just trying to learn this world.
No, you get to
I
choose
mean,
your own character. You get to make.
Yeah,
that
you can choose
like,
your own. You go from there. I mean,
We gotta have a class first.
We can have a whole class.
That's why I asked him what a fucking paladin is.
And I'm giving you the answers.
We have to learn things, Richard. What the fuck do you think a question's for? What's your paladin about? Hey, listen, shut up, idiot. We gotta learn about it first.
But I'm trying to learn. We're only scratching the surface.
What would be your character of choice? Batty's gonna be. The
Hold on.
DM.
Okay. Together, we're gonna build Richard's character today.
Oh,
So.
All right, so I'm smart.
No.
All right, so I'm devious.
No.
I think outside the box.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you this. You definitely got a little bit of charisma. We can all agree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'd definitely be a high rolling charisma dude.
I could sing.
You can sing.
Oh.
Okay.
Immediately is leaning towards Bard at the moment.
See, I don't know what I heard bards are useless though. Like
No, they just really like to go off
I just fuck. Really. 3 fucking guys up here? Which one am I gonna rail, dude? Which one? Which one? Huh? We're gonna have Betty put his cheeks together and I'm just gonna go to town on it? Let me play you a tune of my big bassoon. I'll fuck you from behind and the front.
I love how immediately you were like, when it came to that, you didn't think of any NPCs, anything else in the entire the world of D&D. You were like, my party. Out of which one?
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Never mind. Rich is in the bar. We're gonna move on.
We're gonna move on past that.
Everything is now Rich is a bard. That's it.
Can I be a it's just gonna be a weird thing / bard. Like no bard talents, just a guy with a guitar who's just like, I don't know.
It's like, yeah, but I'm a bard too. Well, a little bit.
I'm a dwarf that just knows how to sing shit. Talks
It's just
smack.
a dwarf, I think.
He could be.
Maybe I should be a bard. I don't know.
A rogue.
Is that like The
What
guy
is it, Rob?
from what's his name? Is that like Strider?
He's more of a fighter or a ranger.
Yeah, Ranger. The Ranger from
Okay, let's not. Nobody's
Lord of the
gonna be a
Rings.
ranger in D&D. It's the worst. We all.
No?
No.
All right. I don't want to bang any elves anyway.
That's the only reason you were choosing that character.
Hey, Eli. Eli,
Banged Aerosmith's daughter.
Rich can't play D&D with us anymore.
Listen, if you don't have dummies like me that don't know the game,
Then
I
we'll
don't know
get
where
things
I was
done.
going with that.
Go on. Started that sentence, not finishing it.
Sometimes I like to start sentences not knowing where they will go.
Often.
How often does that happen, Rich?
It just happened again. Let's try and do a Michael squat code. Michael Squat from the deadlifting AI version of The Office.
I'd watch it.
You're definitely a bard.
You think I should be
Yeah.
a bard?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. You have no choice. We picked it for you.
What are the positives of a
that would work
bard?
for him.
What are the positives and negatives of my bard character
well,
as a general bard would be?
I mean, one of them, because you're a drill sergeant, you can use bardic inspiration and just yell at people.
It's true,
and
actually.
power them up.
I kinda hate that. That makes sense.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I am a motivator.
Oh, you can even get a spell literally called vicious mockery. And
where I could just rip somebody apart?
So you use it and you can be like, you can give like the craziest insult,
oh my
and it
God,
would
you're a
actually do
bard.
physical damage.
You are a
You are a bard.
You are a bard.
Wait, you're saying my words will actually hurt people?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm sold. I'm sold.
Are all drill sergeants just bards?
I think we are.
You're like, hold on.
We came
Go
here
on.
to train and get
sing
trained.
cadence.
Yeah, you seen cadence while running? You're a bard. Drill sergeants are bards. That's all they do.
All right, guys.
C-130 rolling down the strip.
Bone and lip, rock steady, rock steady. Fork is on a mission with one extra dick on your lip, rock steady.
Yeah, so you're a bard, and
Yep,
you use your
yep.
words to help your friends and hurt everyone else.
This is my life.
Yeah.
I never noticed this.
This is great.
I'm gonna need a pen and paper just so I can write down like talk shitty songs to like pop hits and just sing them throughout
What's
the
your
thing.
outfit? Because I do still have the hat.
The drill sergeant hat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I am still currently a drill sergeant. So
It's a,
yes.
it's a fantasy
in
drill
your
sergeant
fantasy.
hat.
Yeah, you're a fantasy. You're a high elf. You're a whatever. Are you still wearing the hat?
Dwarf.
No, but I should have a hat though.
dwarf?
Yeah.
Like I don't have any hair, so I need something on the top of this head. You know what I mean? To accentuate the character. Shut up. Get another tattoo on your neck, hillbilly.
Couple of them.
Do it for Dale, brother. We go in circles here, not straight. I'm literally going to be playing D&D with you guys with a lip or a dip in. All right, listen here, man. I'm going to go up to the barkeep here, and I'm going to straight up smack the shit out of him. I'm going to grab the girl to my right and be like, hey, baby, nice tits. Not even touch her, walk away. Because I'm a gentleman. Then I'm going to go on stage, I'm going to sing a song, get everybody dancing. All right, you're going to go behind the bar, we're going to loot the sumbitch. And then we can get drunk together. I don't know, it's their money, we're just spending it.
And that's when the rock falls and everyone dies.
Batty's nightmare of D&D is this. You're like, I hate this already.
Why did Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson fall in the bar?
I can't wait for you to make like a perfect campaign, spent literally months on what all could possibly happen. And then he just comes up and goes, but what if, hypothetically, it didn't? That's fine. It's hosted in my house.
He's right.
What are they going to do? Ban me from the table?
You get banned at your own house. Sitting at the table.
Narrator, go sit in the corner.
Fine, I'm done. I just like walk in and just start playing Fortnite.
I'm over that.
He just starts a
That'll
live
be my
stream for
punishment.
charity and just makes
That'll be
more
the
money.
Yeah, he's like, then I'll do this instead.
Hey, you know, my friends are dumb. They're playing D&D. I'm just going to start a live stream for charity. Fuck them.
That's how you get back at us.
Narrator, keep it down. We're trying to roll dice.
And then the bard can come back and sing you into your chair.
Oh, I did have Betty, the One Ring. Do you want to talk about that real quick?
Oh, it's in D&D now, isn't it? Or Magic?
Magic. So Eli and I, and definitely not mostly me, may have spent a little bit of money on Magic cards.
I gave Betty
They were sweating. They went hot. And we may have opened all of these Magic cards and got nothing.
Betty was like, this is a good investment. Trust me. Like, I don't think this
I said
is
those
gonna
words.
I don't think this. He's like, bro, just statistically speaking, we'll be fine.
It sounds like nerd NFTs.
Bro, trust us.
It's tabletop CS:GO game. It's really just gambling for nerds.
I remember NFTs, bro. Those were funny. Those were hilarious. I sold one too. That was funny.
Wasn't it your foot?
Yeah. I sold a foot pick as an NFT because we were making fun of it, and I made $1,200 off of it.
Get out.
It was literally a very shitty, grainy photo of my left foot held up against a blue RGB light, and I called it Bluefoot. Yeah.
He bought it.
Why do you know about Bluefoot?
Did you buy it?
Why do you know about Bluefoot?
Did you buy it?
It was the best $1,200 I've ever spent.
Are you spitting into a cup right now? That man loves feet. That fucking guy loves feet. Hey, man, nothing wrong with it, right? You could be in some weird shit.
Everybody got real quiet, and he was like, yeah, Bluefoot. I know that one.
Bluefoot.
I remember Bluefoot.
Hey, nerd boy, why don't you lube up those arches nice and greasy for me?
Sorry about the curtain on the table, but...
I know. It's quite a show underneath.
So we opened a few packs, maybe 12 boxes.
How many's in a box?
How much is a box?
I think there's 12 packs per box.
I can get behind a
How
12-pack.
much is a
Hell yeah,
box?
brother.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about how much each box costs.
Yeah, how much does each box cost?
$500.
How many boxes did you open? How many boxes did you open? How many boxes did you open?
12.
What's 12 times 5? $6 grand? You're fucking stupid.
To be fair,
That's why we have a CPA.
To be fair. Letterkenny fans.
there was a card in there worth over $2 million.
So's the lottery.
Oh, so you got that card. So you got the card, right? So your investment
I know
paid
how
off,
this sounds,
right?
guys, but I promise it was super fun.
Batty, I don't know if I want to play gotcha games. Meanwhile, Magic card decks.
And there's also some other, cards worth a couple $1,000 here and there.
Did you get any of those?
For that.
Don't you fucking.
Batty.
Did you? What was? Wait, hold on.
And then
I've gotta-
below the couple $1,000 ones, there's a few cards in there worth a couple $100.
Hold on. Shut up for 1 minute. Shut your
stupid face.
Beautiful, stupid mouth. What was the highest monetary value card that you got out of all that bullshit?
Well, we broke, like one card did break even on an entire.
No, you're putting too much.
You got a $500 card?
Like,
we did. We did get one $500
Okay.
card.
Okay. So not a total loss.
Okay, so Eli, I don't.
Yeah. So
I didn't tell you this yet, but the card you pulled has tanked in value, and it's only about $150 now.
Weird.
You sound like my girlfriend when she says, I spent extra money because it was a sale to save us money. It was buy one, get one, so one's free. We're never going to get that again. How much did you spend? $1,200. Oh, but you didn't. You did more than that. You did 5 times $1,200. That's $6,000.
It was a tax write-off. What do you want?
You could have bought a stolen Kia for that. You could have bought 2 Kias and then practiced stealing Kias.
made a way better YouTube
Some people
video.
don't have cars, Batty.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of Magic cards now, so I don't want to hear it.
Now you're
Yeah, oh, no, I know. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Been there.
And then who bought it?
Post Malone ended up, so a random guy in Toronto found this card worth $2.6 million.
$2.6 million.
And Post Malone bought the card.
A piece of cardboard was worth $2.6 million before it was even opened.
And in a couple years, it's going to be worth way more than that.
Tens of millions because it's a one of
It
one.
is a
and
one of
Posty
one.
Doesn't have to sell that ever.
But we didn't get anything at all.
We made like
Shut up.
back.
Shut up. Shut up.
Like,
I love you.
realistically, we should have accidentally pulled something worth at least a little bit, and we didn't. It was embarrassing.
You could have pulled your dick for an hour and got more.
True.
At least
So,
you got
that
a hit
was
out
rough.
of that. That's a tax write-off, too.
But
And cheap labor.
the next day, literally the next day, I bought a single pack of cards from Best Buy because I have a problem. And I did get one of these ring cards, so that was worth a little bit. So that was kind of cool.
Wait, what do you mean? So you got the $2 million card?
Not the $2 million card.
So there's one ring card, which is $2 million, but there are other ring
There's
cards.
like 300 of another one that are worth like $5,000. And then there's like
Okay, so you ended up not with your original purchase, but because of your gambling addiction, evening out.
eventually you'll hit a win, but you're usually so far in debt.
Don't take his advice on gambling.
Eventually, if you buy enough packs, you'll hit that Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't clap on that. Why did you clap on that?
My friend lost all his money.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Batty's in his notebook is like, I win.
I think I'm a bard in real life.
Came out on time.
Yeah, but that's not bad for a hobby.
I'm not great at math. Eli
I drink
does
as
the
a
math,
hobby,
not
and I
me.
spend that on the weekend.
That's you after payday. Man, you got so much money. Not for long. I make bad financial decisions.
I play Magic the Gathering. It's not
Brother,
good.
I spent 2 Kias on this box of cards. I got a problem.
I have spent more than 2 Kias on a box of cards.
I love that you could have bought 2 Kias and then went to Rite Aid the next day and still would have ended up on top. But you just...
You did not do that.
I feel like we need to make Kias a monetary value in the United States for how cheap they're getting stolen.
Yep.
Be like, hey, man, I got to get Burger King. All right, it's going to cost you 2 Kias.
It's going to cost you some 2 Kias.
That's the new currency.
I need to borrow a Kia. I need to borrow your stolen Kia for like 5 hours.
Are we ready for Q&A?
Oh, yeah.
I think...
If people have cues.
It was brave enough to ask me a
Better
stupid
yet,
question.
I just love looking out of the front
Better
and
yet,
seeing these shirts.
we have a lot of
Goddamn.
shirts to give away.
Oh.
We also have a
And I
lot
feel
of
like a
shirts.
few
that
people want to sign a few shirts.
That guy needs a shirt that says cum. He's got cum all over his shirt. You see
It
that?
does
right there?
say that, to be fair.
He's way too excited to have cum all over his shirt.
And I
Did you
think-
put cum on your shirt? Did the lady next to you put cum on your shirt? The guy with the beard that's dipping that bought his feet pics has put cum on his shirt. You give me a hand signal if you need help. Just let me know. Don't make the blowjob hand signal at me.
That's the worst Agnes.
Don't do that. But I think that is a wonderful time.
Yep.
to say thank you for watching the Unsubscribed Podcast. As always, Eli Double Tap, myself, Batty Streams, your narrator, Rich Angry Cops. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody in the crowd, thank you for showing up. And we have some merch to give away. We have mediums, larges, XLs, and 2XLs.
And Q&A.
And if y'all have any questions you'd like to ask.
Yeah, QAnon. We could do some QAnon. Q&A. You guys like pizza? Never mind. Sorry.
Pizza? Like Planet Fitness?
I said it like 5 minutes ago. I think I'm a bard in real life.
You are, and now you're like 100% playing this character.
Yeah.
I love this character so much.
He's gonna be like a dad bod bard. Can you have a dad
100%.
bod?
Oh, 100%.
Anything you think of, we'll make it happen.
Sweet. He's gonna have tree trunk legs.
Oh,
He's gonna
yeah.
be able to squat like a lot.
Do you want to be like tall, short?
No, I'm just gonna be me, but just a more handsome version of me.
Oh,
So
okay.
not me.
So not you. Okay.
The you've
But
always
with the
wanted to be.
spirit of me. Yeah, the Fabio me. Yeah. What my girlfriend sees when she wakes up
This
and
is
then she
fantasy.
hasn't gotten
You
any sleep
can
out of
have
her
hair
eye.
if you want. It's
Yeah.
fantasy.
I just really want a cool hat.
We can. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh my God! You guys see the movie Hook? I want Hook's hat.
Hook's hat?
Can we get Hook's hat?
100%.
Yeah.
That's your thing.
The feather?
Oh man, I want an obnoxious hat. And then when I take the hat off, it's go time. Oh, you're in trouble. You're in trouble when I take the hat off. And then the feathers can have daggers. Oh, I'm getting into this.
Why do the... No.
Look, I got this. This is my jam. I love this.
Does it have to be a guitar, or can I sing with other instruments?
There's other instruments, man.
Oh, I'd love to have a flute
like,
made
I
out
had
of
a-
the
I had a
skin of my
bard who-
warriors that I've defeated. A skin flute.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to play a skin flute. It's a flute that I made out of the people that I've killed.
If you can make it make sound.
No?
So, about the questions.
I want to talk more about my skin flute.
About the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Mustache
Yeah.
is iconic.
Yeah.
Oh, question. Go ahead. Oh man, what's his name? He looks like Forgotten Weapons. What's going on, Forgotten Weapons?
Ian.
Ian.
Yeah, he looks like Ian.
Oh yeah.
You're welcome. Yeah, you're not a psycho. You're just a guy that likes guns
What?
and is sad and alone.
I know I just got LASIK, but what?
Yeah.
Constantly, never
Constantly.
stops.
Like a drill sergeant.
Like a drill sergeant.
That's a drill sergeant. That is a drill sergeant.
You're bald by choice.
Wait, can... Like shaving, like if I'm cleanly shaved, I actually have more power.
If you ever forget to shave, it'll be like the scene from Shrek 2 when they drink the handsome potion. It'll just be like long flowing hair.
Wait, can I still be bald, but just like grow it from like the rest of my body, like my body actually works?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. Hate that.
You have beards everywhere.
Yeah, I just got really hairy nipples. I should have done push-ups before I did this. Boy, it's a whole weird angle when you see your under tit shot from below. Let me tell you something. I've only seen this in pornos.
When you find that good lighting in the gym mirror, you're like, oh, wait a minute.
This isn't the good lighting in the gym mirror.
It's not.
Oh my God. It's a
Man,
Wolverine.
Should have worn
over
my short
here.
shorts.
Did anyone else have any questions? Right here. Oh my God. So within the first year of the podcast, Eli has a unique laugh. I don't know if any of you have heard it. And we had somebody who started a compilation of all the dolphin laughs, and it turned out to be like a 7-minute video of.
That'd be annoying.
Do it.
to
Do
release.
the.
Well, yes, just laugh on command.
Just
Laugh on command.
Never done that.
imagine you're gonna get paid.
That's it.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
No, but it's better because you go back in your chair when you do it. It's a whole
100%.
like
Yeah.
And then it starts out, and then I just go.
It's
That's how you.
it's always good because you always take a deep breath after like the third laugh. See, look, there it is. You gotta wait for the third one. You're like.
So a video had been started, but we found out Eli laughs like that a lot. And in 50 or so of the first episodes,
It was a whole episode by
It,
itself.
it was over an hour of just, it was, so it kind of fizzled because the guy who was doing it, I think, went insane from listening to Eli laugh for an hour straight.
Started as a good idea.
It wasn't good. Was really bad. But like, if any of you feel motivated, have at it.
Any more questions? Yeah, Batty.
How much do you spend a year on Magic?
Yeah.
Well, you know that in one weekend you spent fucking $6,500. Idiot. 2 Kias.
Don't look at me.
The first step is admitting you have a
everyone's
problem.
judging you. You have an entire audience
Can
judging
you get money
right
back
now.
from Magic cards? No. Can you get money back from crack houses? Eventually.
I love you own 2 of those.
Good.
I feel like John Mulaney. He was funnier when he was on coke. He's like, I support your addiction. It's like me throwing money to John Mulaney so he can do more blow and be more funny.
What?
How much do you spend a year?
I have no idea.
How much is one of your decks worth?
How much what?
Is a single deck worth?
Okay.
What's
I
your
think
most
one of my
expensive-
commander decks
What's your
is-
most expensive commander deck?
Why are you sweating, Batty?
Probably close to $5,000.
And
wait,
and he
hold-
drives a Kia.
And how many?
You should get rid of this Kia. That's not a safe vehicle.
Oh, it's not his Kia. He stole it from another Kia.
We're building currency.
It's just scratched out.
All right, we got one more question so we can give some merch out to y'all after. Well, it's about time for the merch. About time to start giving away some merch. Thank you for watching, guys.
It could be
merch.
a dragon's penis.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, I know.
No. We've discussed it, and that might be a bad idea.